I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, we're live streamed. All right, Miss Anna. Okay, so okay, Miss Anna, you are going to make me the host again.
There you are. You're the host now.
Okay,
and
there
I'm
I
the
am.
runner.
Thank you. Now, where's all those people that were waiting? Oh, there they are. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
I can.
Perfect. We can hear you as well.
We are live streaming on YouTube.
Well, Mr. Gedko, did you get to go skiing last night?
I did not. It was a little dark, and I actually spent my time editing a scientific paper on how llama grazing in the high subtropical Andes possibly facilitates plant growth upon glacier retreat.
Wow.
That sounds fascinating.
It does.
Will you send us the article when it's published?
Yeah, it's my partner's dissertation work, and English isn't her first language, and so I'm usually an editor at some stage, and so yeah, she's hoping to send it off for review to a journal before Christmas, so we'll see.
Great. Good luck to her.
Awesome.
Oh.
Do we have anybody that needs to deal with anything? Looks like your regulatory's connecting to audio.
I think they're just getting that room ready. Mr. Rudnington is on and he is
Okay.
testifying remotely today.
Okay. Well, it's 9 o'clock, and if no one has any
Madam Hearing Examiner.
Yes, ma'am.
You had asked Mr. Moeller yesterday how other Excel energy jurisdictions treat legacy meter cost recovery, and he couldn't remember yesterday, but he has since gotten that information. Would you like us to provide that to you in a bench request response?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Okay. All right. I think we have everybody ready to go, and it's 9 o'clock. So let's go ahead and Allison, if we can go back on the record, please. I just remind everyone that we are live streaming on YouTube, so please conduct ourselves accordingly, and realize that the YouTube will not be turned off during any breaks or the luncheon recess. And with that, we're going to resume our hearing that we concluded yesterday evening. And we're going to continue with presentation of SPS's witnesses. I guess I just also like to note for the record that we still have not been contacted to provide any public comment. And Ms. Lees, I believe your next witness is Mr. Remington. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor. That's correct, Your Honor. SPS calls Mr. Michael Remington to the stand.
Very well. And if we could just swear the witness, Allison, please.
Mr. Remington, would you raise your right hand for me, sir? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, yes.
Thank you.
Good morning,
Good morning,
Mr.
sir.
Remington.
Good morning.
Can you please state your full name for the record?
Michael O. Remington.
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
XL Energy Services. I work in the IT department, technology services, as a director of advanced grid regulatory matters and application managed services.
And do you have in front of you what has been marked as Exhibit 7?
I do.
Can you identify that document?
That is my direct testimony in this proceeding.
And was your direct testimony prepared by you or under your control?
Yes, it was.
And if I were to ask you the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
And is that testimony true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, it is.
Do you have attachments to that testimony?
I do. I have 4 attachments, MOR-1 through 4.
And were those attachments prepared by you or under your control?
Yes, they were.
Do you have in front of you what has been marked as SPS Exhibit 8?
I do.
And can you please identify that document for the record?
That is my rebuttal testimony in this matter.
Okay. Was this testimony prepared by you or under your control?
Yes, it was.
And do you have any corrections to make to this testimony?
Yes, I do. In regard to Ms. Lane's request that all green button data fields shown in our Appendix B be made available to SPS customers, I stated in my rebuttal that we would only be able to provide a portion of those fields and would continue to research whether it'd be possible to make the additional fields available. My team has worked in collaboration with our vendor and has since determined that we can and will make all of those fields specified in Ms. Lane's appendix available to customers. So accordingly, I'd like to change 2 of my answers, starting with page 8, line 11. I'd like to strike that answer in its entirety and replace it with the word yes. Similarly, page 9, row 2, I would like to strike the original answer and again replace that with the word yes.
Okay, with that correction, is this testimony true and correct? With those corrections, is this testimony true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
And with those corrections, if I were to ask you the same questions today as are in your rebuttal testimony, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
And do you have any attachments to your rebuttal testimony?
There is a single attachment to that. It is labeled MOR-R1.
And was that attachment prepared by you or under your control?
Yes.
With that, Madam Hearing Examiner, SPS offers SPS Exhibits 7 and 8 for admission into the record.
Ms. Lees, the version of SPS Exhibit 8 that Mr. Remington corrected is that the version that was submitted to Dropbox by SPS?
No, Your Honor, Mr. Remington discovered after we submitted the exhibits to Dropbox that we could provide this data.
Okay.
Would you
I
like me to
would-
update the exhibits that are in Dropbox? I can do that.
Yes. Yes. Just indicate in your title that it is the revised rebuttal
Okay.
testimony that you have offered into the record. With that, is there any objection to what's been identified as SPS Exhibit 7, Mr. Remington's direct testimony as affirmed by him here today? Hearing no objection, SPS 7 is admitted. Is there any objection to what has been offered as SPS Exhibit 8, Mr. Remington's rebuttal testimony as revised by him here today? Hearing no objection and subject to the inclusion for the parties and the court reporter in the Dropbox, SPS Exhibit 8 will be admitted. Ms. Lees? Anything further?
Thank you, Your Honor. Nothing further. We pass this witness for cross-examination.
Very well. According to my examination chart, I believe the first party that had questions for Mr. Remington was the Attorney General's office. Mr. Getko, you had reserved 10 minutes for Mr. Remington.
Yeah. And
Go ahead, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Remington.
Good morning.
My questions are going to reference NMAG Exhibit 8, just in case you need it as reference, which is a discovery response to one of our questions, NMAG 35D.
Let me see if I have that, if you don't mind.
Is that it? Is that an exhibit, Mr. Getko?
It is an exhibit. It's weird with these online hearings. Sometimes those discovery responses are there just in case they need to be referred to, because I think they have to be uploaded in that way. Whether I will move to have it entered in the record is another question. It's there for
Which exhibit, sir?
It's NMAG Exhibit 8.
Mr. Gedko, can you just tell me what the discovery number is one more time?
NMAG 3-5D.
Thank you.
I'm there, thank you.
Is everybody else comfortable with where we're at as well? Okay. So this discovery response was with respect to green button connect my data functions. And you state that features include a wide range of customer energy usage insight features that support the Home Energy Insights DSM program. Can you describe these usage insight features?
Mr. Gecko, I haven't seen the actual portal. I've seen mock-ups of it, but they've been evolving over time. The information that's currently available to me as a customer with a legacy meter is very rudimentary, but I do not have details of what's in the more advanced portal available to AMI customers.
Okay. So the more advanced portal will it be available to customers immediately upon installation of their AMI meter? Do you know?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay. And do you know whether SPS will need to modify its existing energy efficiency plan to incorporate these insight features?
I'm sorry, Mr. Gecko, I don't have that knowledge.
Maybe Mr. Schoenheider would be more appropriate for that question.
Perhaps, yes.
Okay. All right. This is a separate question then. Do you know how SPS plans to market and educate customers on using green button Connect My Data?
I do not know that. That's probably a more appropriate question for Ms. Trammell.
Okay. That's the full extent of my questions for you today, Mr. Remington. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Getko. The next party to reserve questions for Mr. Remington goes to you, Mr. Bartel. And I believe you reserved 30 minutes for Mr. Remington.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. I don't think I will take that much time. Mr. Remington, I represent Walmart in these proceedings, and part of your rebuttal addresses testimony offered by Mr. Teague, which in turn addresses the green button Connect My Data portal and its capabilities. So the specific request that Walmart is making through Mr. Teague is the capability of obtaining aggregated data through CMD for multiple accounts. Am I correct that SPS's position is that it does not have that ability available to its customers which have multiple accounts?
That is correct, yes.
And if I recall properly, you were also a witness for SPS during the preceding grid modernization application, case number 21-00148. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, you may recall that I had some questions for you back in November of 2021. Do you recall that, Mr. Remington?
Yes.
Based on my reading of your current rebuttal testimony as compared to the position of the company back in November of 2021, it appears that really nothing has changed. Am I accurate in that assessment?
Yes, you are.
In your testimony, you indicate that it is SPS's assessment that there are not very many customers who have multiple accounts. Has SPS actually done a review of its customer accounts to determine how many customers have multiple accounts?
Not that I'm aware of, Mr. Bartel, but that probably wouldn't be something that would come up in the normal scope of my duties.
Well, in response to Walmart's repeated request now that this capability be made available, has any research been done to determine how many customers might actually benefit from the kind of aggregated data that Walmart is asking for?
No, not to my knowledge.
It is my understanding that SPS's understanding is that this aggregated data access through CMD is not part of the default or normal CMD portal capability. Is that right?
Yes.
Has SPS, either by yourself or somebody, the right training, been in touch with the administrator, which I think might be the North American Energy Standard Board,
Excuse me.
to ask about this capability within the CMD portal?
No, we have not.
Has SPS been in contact with anybody who might have the relevant information about this capability?
Not to my direct knowledge, Mr. Bartel. There are other teams with a more, shall I say, customer focus, who may have looked into that. I'm not aware of that, though.
So there was some testimony yesterday by Mr. Luth about how there are other units within Excel where there are people with similar responsibilities to the scope of his responsibilities that he sometimes consults with. Is that also true for you in your position as the director of IT?
That is correct. Yeah.
Have you reached out to any of your counterparts in other units of Excel to determine whether they have looked into aggregated data for access through CMD for customers that have multiple accounts?
I have. Their conclusion was that the aggregation of accounts isn't a core feature of the current green button offering. That's what we are offering, is what's available currently to green button, which is a standard that was really developed with residential consumers in mind. I don't think it. I'm kind of speculating on the intent, but based on what I've read about the formation of the organization that created that, their focus really was individual residential customers, and I don't believe they contemplated aggregation of multiple accounts or premises as Walmart is asking for.
So do you recall during the November 2021 hearing about the capability that Pacific Gas and Electric is offering along this line?
Yes, I do recall that.
Between November of 2021 and the filing of your testimony in this case, which I believe was just in October of this year. Yes, October 31, 2022. Between November of 2021 and the filing of your rebuttal testimony, was there any effort to reach out to PG&E to find out what they had done in order to make this capability available to its customers?
Not to my knowledge, no.
I think we also discussed at the time of the November 2021 hearing Walmart's experience with EverSource in this same area. Was any effort made to reach out to that utility company?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Mr. Bartel, for the record, will you define CMD?
Connect my data is my understanding of that term.
That's correct.
Subject to correction by Mr. Remington, who I'm sure is more fluent in green button speak.
It's a functionality that allows the customer to agree to share data with third parties and to download their own data for their personal use.
And is it a functionality of the Itron meter?
It is not.
What is it a functionality of?
It's a functionality of our customer portal. It following the standards of green button, connect my data and download my data. We're able to collect information from the meter, provide that information when authorized to third parties with customers' agreement.
So it's a functionality of SPS's customer portal.
Yes, in adherence to the standard. The standard is required so that every utility is providing the same data.
But that particular functionality is only able to be utilized by certain non-SPS companies like Green Button.
Green Button isn't a company, it's an organization that ratified the standard for communicating this data. I don't have the name of the various third parties that would be interested in having that data. They're out there and it's going to be a growing market.
Is it so to understand how that's going to work, does SPS plan through its portal to offer a list?
You mean a list of data?
A list of the companies
A
that
list
are
of-
going to do.
A list of third parties? I do not know that. My suspicion is that witness Chad Nickel might have more information on that.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Bartel. Go ahead.
Mr. Remington, has SPS investigated the aggregated data capability even to the extent of determining how much it might cost to develop that for SPS's portal?
No, we have not.
So it would be fair to say that you haven't then been able to do a cost benefit analysis to determine, whether it's financially reasonable to do this for the customers who have multiple accounts and are desiring this capability?
That's correct.
Can I ask why not? This is just in the context of, my client has now brought this up twice. And it appears that SPS has just really not investigated this. Can I ask why not?
Your Honor, I object to the extent that Mr. Bartel was testifying into the record on his impressions of what SPS has done or has not done. I just ask that he re-ask the question without the commentary.
Well, the premise of the question is that this has been raised by Walmart twice. That's a matter of record. And SPS apparently has not investigated this at all beyond determining it's not a default offering of CMD. My question is, why not?
I think the question's fine. Go ahead and answer if you know, sir.
Speaking for myself, and actually you'll find this in my rebuttal testimony. The company agrees that it's a great idea, Mr. Bartel. We understand why you would want that, and we believe other customers of SPS and Xcel Energy would want that as well. However, we've been focusing on delivering the core functionality of grid modernization, and we don't have that core stuff stood up for SPS yet, and I would ask that we be allowed to get the foundational things set up before we start entertaining new features that weren't contemplated in our original scope. And I'll just point out that to date, Walmart is the only customer who's expressed an interest in this feature, and so we've been concentrating on our original project scope to get that delivered on time.
Has there been any attempt to contact customers with multiple accounts to determine whether there are other customers aside from Walmart who are interested in this capability?
Not to my knowledge, Mr. Bartel, but I mean, we've conceded that what you're asking for is a great feature and would be of great value to you and I think it's easy to assume for other commercial industrial clients as well. And perhaps even for end consumers, I can imagine property owners who maybe own several duplexes and rent them out would have an interest in that same functionality.
Is there any timeline that SPS can offer to the commission whereby this kind of capability will be investigated and perhaps deployed?
I can't make that commitment now, Mr. Bartel.
Mr. Remington, do you know whether or not any of Excel's other affiliates have looked into this or offer this?
The Xcel Energy is really providing the same feature set to all of the operating companies. So no, we haven't looked at that elsewhere.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Bartel.
That's all I have for Mr. Remington. Thank you.
Very well. Mr. Bagatko, I believe staff has reserved some time for Mr. Remington.
That's correct, Madam Hearing Examiner. I just got 7 minutes for Mr. Remington, if you please.
Go ahead, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Remington. How are you?
I'm well. Good morning.
If you would, I'd like to direct your attention to page 35 of your direct testimony.
I'm there.
And I'm looking at lines 1 through 6 there, where you talk about how cybersecurity is integral to grid modernization. Do you see that?
Yes.
Now, there in your discussion down there in lines 5 and 6, you state also included are detection controls to provide early notification of anomalous activity. First off, could you give me a little more detail on what these detection controls are and how they work? Are they integrated into what the customer would have in their home if they opt for the HON system, or is it a broader application?
My understanding is they would be primarily grid side monitoring, looking for anomalies like potential signs of energy theft, meter tampering, things like that. At this time, I don't think the company is interested in looking for anomalies within the customer's HON.
Okay. At some point in the future, is it conceivable that anomalies in the HON would be something you'd want to keep track of or detect or keep an eye out for?
Not to my knowledge, Mr. Bagato.
Is the HON conceivably a pathway for somebody, maybe a nefarious hacker, to come in through the customer's side and make it into grid management? Is that even a possibility?
I can't rule it out, but that's the reason that we have protections, firewalls, monitoring, detection, all those other features that are discussed in my direct.
And the reason I ask, among other things, is, well, you are aware of what happened in North Carolina with the substation being shot up, correct?
Yes.
It's obviously a physical attack, but do you know what level of attempts may be currently underway in terms of, I don't know, let me rephrase it this way. If there are people out there who are now interested in doing things like shooting up substations, which cause serious outage for a serious duration, do you have any feel for whether or not there is a rise in attempts at sabotage through the technological side?
Yeah, it's fair to say that the entire Xcel Energy company and its operating companies are very concerned about that.
And you talk down there on lines 8 and 9 about enterprise security and event management, ESEM. Is that the entity that would be chiefly concerned with detecting and preventing these sorts of attacks?
Yes.
And when you talk about anomalous activity back there up on line 6, in connection with your detection controls. Can you give me some examples of if you have any, of what, in your knowledge, constitutes anomalous activity?
In my knowledge, I do not have that, Mr. Bragato. Our ESCM business unit, I will say they are very guarded in what they share about their capabilities, the things that they are looking for. But I will also say that they are extremely thorough and sophisticated. It's not been shared with me what specifically an example of an anomaly would be. I could maybe speculate with a metaphor, if you will, but I'm not sure that that would be accurate. So.
All right, fair enough. That was all I had for you. I only reserved 7 minutes, and those were the things we were curious about. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bagacco. I believe that those were all of the parties that had questions for Mr. Remington. I've got a few questions for you, Mr. Remington, and I guess we can start right where Mr. Bagacco left off, because I also had a question on that particular page. And but before I get to that, I guess I would want to ask, recently in another grid modernization case, on the issue of cybersecurity and utility security, when that issue came up, that particular utility, if I'm recalling correctly, had like a list that went on for a whole page, at least, of all of the protection mechanisms that they had, and policies that related to their employees and facilities, etc., so that the commission could actually look at, at this list and say, oh, well, they've got, this kind of device policy and this kind of email policy, and are you familiar with whether or not SPS has those types of policies with regard to its facilities, its systems?
Yes, we do. And I'll add that in my direct on pages 38 and 39, I do go into some of the protections more generally. I don't think that our ESCM organization would be comfortable with sharing details of what specific capabilities we have to detect and defend. But at a high level, you'll find the bullets on pages 38 and 39, I think, to be pretty informative and pretty thorough. And if you want to ask me about any of the things there, I'm fine with that, at least to the limit of my knowledge.
And I guess I'm more, and I saw those, and I guess I'm just more interested, I guess, in not anything that that would be considered secret, or lead to something secret to protect a facility or whatever, but probably more of the things that are in your first bullet of user access controls, encryptions, digital certificates, and I guess generally whether or not SPS has employee policies or device policies that they utilize in their daily business to try to protect and avoid people getting information that they shouldn't get?
I'll just try to throw out a couple of examples. Generally, wherever possible, the company enforces a least access policy, which means I don't have any more privileges within the Xcel Energy computing environment than is strictly required for my job and to get things done. So, for example, myself and most employees are not administrators on their own laptops. We can't make any administrative changes. That protects the company from a vector where, let's say I fall for a phishing attempt. If someone is able to take over my credentials, they are unable to do much at all with my laptop, and they are not able to go beyond the scope of my access elsewhere in the company. That there's been an effort to drive toward that really over the last 10 years. And it's one example of something the company is doing to ensure security of the computing environment and our customers' data.
And for example, like a person of your rank and authority, are you allowed to access like the company facility, company email through personal devices?
Yes, in a sense. My personal iPhone does allow me to get to Xcel Energy email, SharePoint sites, and the Teams application. However, there are policies that have been and tools have been placed on that phone to secure it, such that it would be equivalent of me having a corporate-owned device. There's no way for me to get data from the corporate applications within my phone for my personal use, for example.
Okay.
I'm not terribly adept at explaining that technology, but my understanding is that these tools like Microsoft Authenticator are essentially walling off a portion of my phone's memory for the exclusive use of the Xcel Energy data, and it can't go anywhere else that's not approved by Xcel Energy's ESEM team.
Okay. Let's go back to, I had a question about the testimony that Mr. Bogatko asked you about on page 35. The question was posed at line 1, how is cybersecurity integral to grid modernization? And the line 2, you said it starts with identification and protection of all components of the intelligent grid. That's your testimony?
Yes.
How do you define the intelligent grid?
Well, I'm not sure how to respond to that. It's really a grid that's connected via network to software and allows for remote control and monitoring of the grid. It is everything that the legacy grid is not.
Okay, and well, that was actually my next question. As opposed to what? As opposed to a non-intelligent grid, which you have just testified is the legacy grid.
Yeah. So if we go back a few decades before there was any kind of remote monitoring of the grid, SCADA systems weren't in existence yet. There's absolutely no cyber threat because there's literally no cyber connectivity within that legacy grid. Obviously, as we add the ability to do things like the functionality of Flizzr to, basically reroute traffic in an automated fashion, that if precautions aren't taken as a possible, vector of attack. And so we have to have cybersecurity policies, procedures, and tools in place to make sure that that is protected.
Okay.
I think kind of the gist of that Q&A, Madam Hearing Examiner, is that we can't do grid modernization without very intense cybersecurity focus.
Okay. And just generally, in reviewing your testimony, sir, I noticed that you have a JD, correct?
Yes.
And you indicate on page 3 of your direct testimony that you actually had a temporary assignment in the general counsel organization, and you actually practice law on behalf of Excel. Is that correct?
That's correct.
What did you do?
For about a year and approximately half of my time, I assisted other attorneys in the general counsel's office with some transactional matters and some investigations related to equal opportunity complaints and safety whistleblower investigations. That 1 year period really was the extent of my practice of law. I keep up my license, but I have not really done any work requiring a law license for several years.
And you've indicated that you have 20 years of experience in the field of IT, correct?
Yes.
What type of training did you receive, or during that period of time?
I came to the company, actually I came to Northern States Power in 1998. And my first job was help desk analyst. I answered the phone when computer users had problems that they needed resolved. My training for that occurred at a prior employer where I supported computer-based cash register systems for multiple retailers in the Twin Cities area here. Shortly after I joined NSP, the company paid for Microsoft certification training for me. And there have been numerous small classes and things that I've attended over the years. My job has really turned kind of away from the technology details. I wouldn't know how to repair a computer anymore, and more toward policy and IT processes. So a big part of my career prior to this job was IT service management processes. So I was responsible for change management, incident management, problem management, catalog services that IT provides, things like that. So not technical in nature, but process oriented.
No, I just found it interesting with your background that a political science major and a JD, that you're in charge of all the IT, and so thank you for that explanation.
I will correct you. I'm not in charge of all IT. I'm one of several directors in the IT department and I report to a fantastic vice president and our chief technology officer, who's really the one who's truly responsible for everything.
I guess specifically Technology Services Regulatory Director, Advanced Grid.
Yes.
Is your title. Say that fast 3 times.
I don't dare.
Okay, let's look at your testimony on page 15, and I just have a clarification question for you.
Sure.
You are answering a question that was posed on page 13 about providing additional information regarding the specific functions technology services provides for AMI. And I'm interested in, on page 15, the sentence at line 5 and 6. More important, technology services will implement new AMI head-end software, which will allow SPS to utilize the data it receives from AMI. That's your testimony there?
Yes.
Is that new AMI head-end software? Is that the software that PSCO has? Is that the shared service software?
Yes, it is.
So that new AMI head-end software is utilized at least in one other Excel jurisdiction, correct?
Yes.
Is it going to be utilized in other Excel jurisdictions?
Yes. Throughout the company.
Does that mean that the shared service amount then could be potentially decreased in the future if it's shared with more of the affiliates?
Potentially. I'm not the appropriate witness to address how shared assets are allocated.
Well, I'm just wondering if there's, if you know, if there's like some kind of well, no, I won't ask that. On page 19 of your testimony, you're answering a question posed at lines 8 and 9 of page 18. Please identify the IT software integration requirements that have been completed to date. And then on page 19, lines 1 through 3, you say in 2018, Excel engaged in detailed design and planning of all interfaces with AMI solution and undertook the installation and testing of the head-end system to support reading data from field devices. That's your testimony?
Yes.
Then next in line 4 and 5, you say once the SPS's proposal is approved, costs will be allocated to New Mexico, and then you discuss which witnesses, correct?
Yes.
Do you know whether or not any of the costs that you've referred to that were undertaken in 2018 have already been collected?
I do not. My assumption is no, not from SPS.
Do you know whether or not that any costs affiliated or incurred, I guess is the correct word, incurred with that particular function would be included if the commission grants approval?
Madam Hearing Examiner, I'm not comfortable answering the question about when or how much.
Okay.
The witnesses that are listed in my testimony at lines 5 and 6 on page 19, those are more appropriate people to ask those questions.
Sir, if we can look at page 60 of your direct testimony. The question posed at line 5 says, what are the current technology services contingencies for AMI?
Yes,
And then your answer at lines 6 and 7 on page 60, the technology services AMI budget forecast for the period of 2023 through 2026 includes capital contingency amount of approximately 25%. Is that correct?
yes.
What is a contingency?
A contingency is where you essentially plan for the possibility that you are going to need to spend more than you intended. It's very common in very large, complex projects. I would distinguish it from, for example, a project where you're going to replace physical infrastructure like a utility pole. You kind of know exactly how much that is going to cost because you've done it for decades before. When it's something new and complex like this, particularly in the IT field, there's some uncertainty about what the actual final cost of a project will be. So in order to not have not constantly be going through budgets beyond our budgetary commitments in order to get things done, we include a contingency. It's funds that we hope not to spend. Probably will spend some of it, but really the goal is to ensure that our forecast for the total cost of something is something that we can commit to and be confident that we will not exceed.
And this 25%, how is that amount determined for this contingency?
I do not know how that was determined.
Do you typically have a contingency in all of your technology services projects?
No, only in ones where there's, as I said, some uncertainty. I would say that as a general rule, if it's something brand new that we haven't done before, and particularly if it's something that perhaps our peers are just starting to do as well, that's where the uncertainty in our ability to budget comes in, and that's where we would consider using a contingency.
Do you know whether or not this particular contingency was used for any of the other XL affiliates?
Yes. This would be a company-wide.
Do you know whether or not there is some type of industry standard on contingencies?
I'm not aware of that. That's beyond my knowledge.
Do you know whether or not this 25% contingency was included in the proposed budget for the project?
My assumption is yes.
Thank you, Mr. Remington. That's all the questions that I had for you. Ms. Lacey, any redirect?
Yes.
Okay,
Mr. Remington, can you please summarize exactly what Green Button Connect is?
Green Button Connect is a standard developed, I think, originally with the blessing of the Obama administration to create a nationwide standard which would allow customer meter information to be shared not only with the customer, but with third parties. I think the goal was to, one, make sure that there was a common language across all of the utilities that would offer this, so that a third party entity would essentially have access to all of the customers without having to write any special custom code to talk to a particular utility's customer data. It was intended primarily to make it easier for residential customers to understand their use patterns and to help them find opportunities to save money, or at least understand where their money is going as they use appliances and things in the home. It's not a product you buy. It's a technical specification of data standards so that we're all talking the same language. And have I answered your question, Ms. Lees, or?
Yeah, let me ask another follow-up. When you use the term standard regarding Green Button Connect, what does that term mean?
That term can mean different things in different contexts. In this context, I liken it to all kinds of other technology standards where at the base there is some sort of common technical specification for data or protocols. And when an organization endorses that or promulgates it or publishes it, it becomes a standard. So, and standards can be supported by government organizations like National Institute of Standards and Technology, or by professional organizations like IEEE, the Institute of Electric and Electronics Engineers. There's a standard for Wi-Fi, for example, 802.11 and variations of that allow us all to go to Best Buy and buy a wireless device and know that it'll work with our home area network.
And is it your understanding, Mr. Remington, that a SPS customer can contract with a third party at this time to aggregate their data through Green Button Connect?
It's I could only say, Ms. Lees, that I believe that's entirely possible, and I believe that those services are probably available.
Thank you. That's all, Your Honor.
thank you, Ms. Lees. Anything further? Any follow-up from the parties? Hearing nothing. Thank you, sir. You're excused.
Thank you.
Your Honor,
Ms. Lees?
the next witness SPS calls is Mr. Chad Nickel. We just need a moment to switch places and make sure Mr. Nichols is logged on. Before I do that, though, Your Honor, yesterday you asked me to get you the case number for SPS's Transportation Electrification Plan filing.
Yes.
And I was remiss, I did not provide that to you at the top of the hearing. I can provide it to you now.
Okay.
It's
Go ahead.
20-00150-UT.
Thank you.
Yep.
Very
All
well.
right,
Appreciate
give us a
that.
moment to switch
Okay,
places.
why don't we go ahead and we'll take a brief 5-minute recess, and then we can come back and hear from Mr. Nickel.
And Madam Hearing Examiner, I was hoping to
So-
ask you a procedural question as well.
Okay, Mr. Rice, what is it?
OPL didn't predict in its pre-hearing memo that we would need to cross Mr. Nickel, but I would request to reserve 5 minutes with him today based on developments at the hearing yesterday.
Very well.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, 5-minute recess. Okay, I think our 5 minutes has concluded for our recess. Looks like people are coming back on. Okay, let's go back on the record and Miss Hardy, looks like you have a witness.
I do, Madam Examiner. Our next witness is Mr. Chad Nickel.
Good morning, Mr. Nickel.
Good morning.
Allison, would you swear the witness, please?
Mr. Nickel, do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Can you please state your full name for the record?
Yes, Chad S. Nickel.
By whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by Excel Energy Services as the Senior Director of Grid Transformation.
Do you have in front of you a document that's marked as SPS Exhibit 10?
I do.
Can you please identify that document?
Yes, that is my direct testimony.
Are the answers in your direct testimony true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
They are.
Would your answers to the questions in your direct testimony be the same if you were asked today?
They would be the same.
Are there attachments to your direct testimony?
There are 5 different attachments.
Were both your direct testimony and the attachments prepared by you or under your direct supervision and control?
They were.
Madam Examiner, I move the admission of SPS Exhibit 10.
Any objection to what's been identified as SPS Exhibit 10, Mr. Nichols' direct testimony, as affirmed by him here today? Hearing and seeing nothing. SPS Exhibit 10 is admitted.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Ms.
Mr.
Hardy.
Oh, thank you. Sorry. Mr. Nickel, do you have in front of you a document that's marked as SPS Exhibit 11?
I do.
Can you please identify that document?
Yes, that is my rebuttal testimony.
Are the answers in your rebuttal testimony true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
They are.
Would your answers to the questions in your rebuttal testimony be the same if you were asked today?
They would be.
And was your rebuttal testimony prepared by you or under your direct supervision and control?
It was.
Madam Examiner, I move the admission of SPS Exhibit 11.
Any objection to what's been identified as Mr. Nichols' rebuttal testimony, SPS Exhibit 11, as affirmed by him here today? Hearing no objection, SPS Exhibit 11 is admitted. Ms. Hardy?
Thank you. Thank you. I have no further questions for Mr. Nickel. He is available for cross-examination.
Very well. And it looks like then on the chart, Mr. Rice, you have indicated that you have some questions for Mr. Nickel.
Yes,
Go
Madam
ahead, sir.
Examiner, shouldn't take long. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Nickel.
Good morning.
Your direct testimony discusses how SPS's grid modernization efforts in its application in this case will benefit SPS's New Mexico customers, right?
That is correct.
And SPS's grid modernization efforts in this application apply only to distribution customers, right?
That is correct. Distribution customers only.
And SPS considers customers who take service at 69 kilovolts and higher to be transmission level customers, right?
That is correct.
SPS's grid modernization efforts in this case don't improve the efficiency of transmission customers, right?
They do not. Yes, we are not doing anything that changed the service that they receive today.
And that's because SPS's grid modernization efforts in this case only improve the efficiency of distribution customers, right?
That is correct. All the infrastructure that we are installing is for distribution customers.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Nickel. Madam Hearing Examiner, that's all I have, and I'll pass the witness.
Very well. Mr. Nickel, I seem to recall hearing yesterday, I don't know if you were listening in, but it seems like, and I want to say it was Ms. Trammell's testimony, where there's a whole big long list of efficiencies and reliabilities and functionalities going into this grid modernization project that SPS claims are going to be benefits. Did you hear that?
I did hear that, yes.
And seems to me that I heard that some of these benefits in having this more reliable, more capable, more efficient grid might spill over to other customers. Is that not your understanding?
That is not my understanding. When you look at the grid in totality, how we serve our transmission customers is very different for how we serve our distribution customers, and our employees and contractors who support those customers have different qualifications and serve different parts of the grid. So I do not anticipate the reliability benefits that we are expecting for our distribution level customers to change either for better or worse our transmission level customers.
So do you think that was the intent of the grid modernization statute, was to allow utilities to put in grid modernization programs that weren't going to benefit all of its customers?
Not aware of the exact intent of the actual statute.
Okay. Mr. Getko, I believe the Attorney General have some questions for Mr. Nickel.
Yeah, we have a few questions. Thank you.
Very well.
Good morning, Mr. Nickel.
Good morning.
With you're the director of grid transformation, with grid modernization, does it enable demand response programs?
It is possible, yes, for it to enable demand response programs.
If those programs are hypothetically run effectively, could they lower the overall load on the entire grid?
If they are run effectively, I think it's possible for it to lower on a customer by customer basis in terms of the overall grid, because there's other factors outside of energy efficiency. You know, I don't know if I could say that for certainty. You know, for instance, with electric vehicles, that could increase the amount of load that we have on our grid. So it may net out above that potentially.
But holding all else equal, an effective demand response program might lower overall load.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
And are demand charges affected by overall load on the grid?
And can you clarify what you mean by demand charges?
Well, I'm not an expert in it, but I think that the level of demand charges is in part developed with reference to the overall load on a grid, so that if the overall load is lower, the amount of charges that have to be charged to customers through demand charges would be lower. Is that a correct understanding?
Madam Examiner, I have to object to this question because I think that Mr. Getko is testifying before he's asking the question. And I also think this is beyond the scope of Mr. Nichols' testimony.
I was trying to respond to Mr. Nichols' question to help clarify the question, and I think in one more question we'll be able to
Why don't
see.
you restate your question, Mr. Getko?
It was we had just established that, holding all else equal, that an effective demand response program could lower the overall load on the grid. And so my question was then, if the overall load on the grid is lower, would that lower demand charges to the customers of SPS?
Answer if you know, Mr. Nickel.
Yeah, I mean, I believe that is outside the scope of my testimony.
Answer the question, Mr. Nickel, if you know the answer to the
Can
question.
you restate it? I wasn't very clear on the actual question.
He asked you if the demand was lowered on the grid, whether or not that could result in lower demand charges for the customers.
I do not know the answer to that.
Go ahead, Mr. Getko.
Do both load from transmission customers and from distribution customers contribute to the total load on the grid?
Yeah, that's an accurate statement.
So if we were able to verify that a lower overall load on the grid resulted in lower demand charges, and understanding that both transmission customers and distribution customers contribute to that overall load, would it be reasonable to think that transmission customers would see a benefit due to that lower overall load?
Yeah, it's a pretty broad hypothetical. I don't think I could answer it yes or no.
Okay. I'm going to switch tacks then and go to another subject. You filed testimony on behalf of the company in SPS's last grid modernization proceeding in 2021, 21-00148, correct?
That is correct, yes.
And in that proceeding, am I correct that the capital costs associated with the FAN, F-A-N, were approximately $3.28 million?
Subject to check. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Okay. And on page 77 of your direct testimony in this case, and that's exhibit SPS 10, you show capital costs associated with the FAN of $7.12 million, correct?
Yeah, subject to verifying that amount. Sounds correct.
Okay. And then on page 78 of your direct testimony, lines 19 through 22, there's a statement that capital costs in the initial filing, the 2021 filing, were based on preliminary network design, and the current capital costs are based on a more detailed network design. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So between the preliminary design and the detailed design, the costs more than doubled from 3.28 million, subject to check, to 7.12 million. Is that correct?
Yes, subject to check.
How confident are you in the capital cost projections for other components of the grid modernization program in this case? Is there the possibility of further increases?
Yeah, overall, we're very confident in the overall costs that we have within this case. You know, I think for a couple different reasons. We've started deployment in other states, so we have experience on actual costs that we are incurring in some of our other states. But, you know, I think probably more so a lot of the costs that we have in this case, we have specific contracts for. We have a meter contract with Itron that have a specific amount for the amount that we pay for each of the meters, along with the installation of those meters. Same with the field area network equipment. So we are very confident in our overall cost that we are presenting in this case. In terms of, is there always that possibility that they can change over time? Yes, there's always that possibility. But based on where we are today and based on costs that are known and we have contracts for specifically for, we are very confident in our overall costs that we are presenting in this case.
And I was just trying to flip through quickly, and I see in your testimony there's certain areas of 5% contingencies. We just heard some testimony about 25% contingencies. With your confidence with respect to the costs overall in this case, does it surprise you that there's a 25% contingency on certain matters?
It does not. No, as Mr. Remington answered, a lot of the technology IT components of project tend to be more complex and you don't know everything when you do detailed design. So that's why we typically have a higher amount of contingency for those portions of the project. So no, I mean, that is not unexpected, and it's very similar to how we handle other type of technology projects.
Okay. And now you'll have to excuse me. I might be a little slow because I've done it with sticky notes. There were a few topics that I covered yesterday in which other witnesses decided to direct me to you.
Okay, yeah, sounds good.
One of them was when I was speaking with Ms. Trammell, we were discussing the development of the bring your own device hand software development kit. And I asked a question with respect to whether third-party software developers and smart device manufacturers, when they will be able to configure their solutions to SPS's HAN in New Mexico. Do you know how soon third-party software developers and smart device manufacturers can be configuring their solutions to SPS's New Mexico service territory?
So they have that ability today.
Great. And is that because they've been developed in Colorado with PSCo?
Not necessarily. While they have that ability, similar to any type of product and service that a vendor will provide, it'll take time for them to actually specifically develop what that product is. So while they have the ability today, I'm generally not aware of some of those products that would be available to connect to individual customers' home area network.
As part of
So wait just a second, Mr. Getco. So Mr. Nickel, to make sure that I'm understanding, you're saying that the ability for an SPS customer in New Mexico to have these third-party vendors to manage their home area network, they don't need the proposed grid mod project, correct?
That's correct. Yeah, I mean, any vendor can work with Itron individually to develop a product to actually connect through an individual customer's home area network and ultimately to the AMI meter that we are purchasing and proposing as part of this proceeding.
But when you say they have the ability today, to me, that means they could go contract with a third-party carrier right now. Is that what you mean?
No, technically they have the ability, and yeah, maybe I'll just give a little bit more history. So we, as part of some of our Colorado commitments, we did release what is called the Software Development Kit, or SDK, and that did provide information for third parties for how to develop software specifically to communicate to the AMI meter that we are proposing in this proceeding, and then also communicate over a customer's home area network. So that is available today. In terms of actually having products available that can do that, generally, I know some of the third parties are working on that, but not aware of any actual products that are available today.
But as far as timing, well, while they may be available today, they're not going to be able to utilize they being your New Mexico customers are not going to be able to utilize the third-party vendor service for the home area network until they get the new AMI, right?
That is correct. Yeah. Yep.
Okay. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Getka.
So with that SDK, software development kit that was issued so that third-party developers and device manufacturers can develop products, have they developed any products that are currently active in Colorado?
No, not that I'm aware. It's only been, so the actual software development kit was released in September. So it's really only been a couple months now.
And does Xcel Energy then do outreach? Like, do you have relationships with those developers so that you communicate, we've developed this SDK and we have X million number of customers in Colorado and there's opportunities there? Is there a relationship between Xcel and those companies?
So as part of the Colorado commitments, yeah, there was communication and also a stakeholder workshop as part of communicating what was going to be available to some of those third-party vendors, along with some of the other stakeholders.
And has there been outreach done in any form to make those developers aware of your grid modernization application in New Mexico?
Yeah, I mean, I think generally they're aware that we're deploying AMI meters in all states, and if it's approved, if this proceeding is approved, then we'd be deploying AMI meters in Mexico.
Okay. Turning the page. One question that I had asked yesterday that I was referred to you on, but not just you. When AMI meters are installed in SPS's New Mexico service territory, will SPS market the existing residential time of use rate to those customers in any additional manner than the marketing that it currently utilizes?
Yeah, and I believe Ms. Trammell and Mr. Luth answered that currently there are not any plans for that.
I'm sorry, did you say there are not currently any plans for that? I'm sorry.
Correct, yes, that's what I said.
So do you think there's any manner, in your opinion, do you think there's any manner that the AMI installation that will take place in New Mexico will encourage more customers to enroll in the existing time of use rates?
In my opinion, I think AMI will give them more information that they have today, because really today they only get their monthly bill and how much energy they used over that course of the bill. So they really have very little insight to how they're using energy on a regular basis. So the AMI meters will provide them a lot more granular information, up to 15 minutes in our customer portal. And then Ms. Trammell also talked about the HON mobile capabilities. They'll be able to view in real time what their current energy usage is, turn lights on, turn them off, see how that impacts and changes their energy usage. So, I mean, they're pretty simple in terms of the actual information it provides. They're very powerful tools that our customers have never had. Whether that encourages customers to enroll in time of use rates, I don't know. I guess I couldn't speak on behalf of our customers.
Okay. And this is another question. This came from my question with Mr. Remington this morning. Do you know how SPS will market and educate customers on using Green Button Connect My Data?
Yeah, so it is my understanding that there's not going to be specific targeted communication to customers. However, information is available within our customer portal on how to use Green Button Connect My Data, along with it's on the same page, so customers will have visibility to that particular feature.
I'm sorry, I really apologize. I was thinking about the first half of your answer and I missed.
Yeah.
On what page is that information going to be available?
It's available in the customer portal, so the customers can log in individually and they can look at a couple different things. They can look at their interval usage from their AMI meters. They can look at the on-demand capabilities that Ms. Trammell talked a little bit about yesterday, and then they'll also be able to see the Connect My Data information as well. So for capability.
Yesterday there was this discussion about onserts versus inserts. It's nice you have this knowledge of how it's going to be communicated, how you're going to educate customers on the Green Button Connect My Data. Do you have insight into why there hasn't been a decision made to include those in onserts, for example, once AMI meter installation occurs?
Yeah, so I think the overall, sorry, go ahead. We're going to ask more.
No, that was it.
Okay. Yeah, so I think the overall community communication strategy, I talk about that in my testimony and also attachment 5, but it is a tiered and phased approach, where our initial phase is about just general outreach to the communities, potentially doing media events and things like that. And then in terms of the communication that we do with our customers leading up to that installation, it is very specific to what to expect when they receive their AMI meter. It doesn't touch on the specific capabilities such as Connect My Data that would be available to them. It's more about when they can expect to get their AMI data, and then information just around the actual opt-out process. So we do that 90 days, the bill onsert, and then 60 days, send them the actual postcard, 30 days, the letter, and the actual call ahead before they actually do that. But it's specific to the actual installation of the AMI meter and their ability to opt out, and less so about the actual features and capabilities. And then following on with that, we do specific communication with our customers to further educate them on the capabilities and features that are available to them.
Okay. Right, and I'm almost done. Going back to the overall benefits of the grid modernization program, and it enables demand response programs that middle of the day, really hot day, getting close to maximum load on the system, and customers either are in required programs, such as in Colorado, I believe, or perhaps optional programs where the modernized grid could shut off certain elements of the grid, certain residential elements in order to minimize load. Is that one benefit of a grid modernization, that you have that sort of capability?
Yeah, so I mean, very similar to my direct testimony, there's lots of different benefits to grid modernization and AMI meters that are not possible today. You know, I think that includes just a lot of benefits to how we operate and serve our customers. Gives us information on power quality information to make sure we're maintaining adequate voltage for our customers. Gives us information about outages, so we don't require our customers to report outages. And yeah, I mean, I think it's very possible that, and likely there's going to be, not only as part of this application, but in the future, other type of demand response programs. And Mr. Schoenheider would probably be a better person to talk to what specifically those programs could be. But, you know, I know just, you know, specifically for some of the information that customers will get initially when they get their AMI meter with the interval data, potentially using the mobile application to look at the real-time usage. You know, I think those in itself will help customers make more educated decisions around their energy usage, you know, independent of a specific program that or rate that we target with those specific with customers. But yeah, I mean, in terms of demand response programs, you know, I think Mr. Schoenheider can probably give you a little bit more insight on what some of those possibilities could be outside of this proceeding and potentially in the future.
Okay, without getting into the details of those programs, we've had a lot of press here in New Mexico with respect to the possibility of brownouts, blackouts. Demand response programs might be invoked when there's a threat of brownout and blackout generally. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's certainly one of the options that can and typically are considered.
And brownouts and blackouts would affect all customers, correct?
Not necessarily, not all customers, but you know, they can impact a large portion of customers.
Could a transmission customer be affected by a brownout or a blackout?
I mean, potentially, yes.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate it, and
Yeah.
I enjoyed it. So thank you very much.
Yeah, of course.
Thank you, Mr. Getko. Mr. Bagatko, I believe that staff had some questions for Mr. Nickel.
I did reserve 10 minutes for Mr. Nickel, but I don't think it's not necessary anymore to cross Mr. Nickel. I thank you though for your time, Mr. Nickel, today, and I pass the witness.
Very well, Mr. Bagatko. I've got a few questions for you, Mr. Nickel. I guess I want to start out. I see that you have a bachelor's in electrical engineering. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Very well. And are you a PE?
I am not a PE.
When I was asking Ms. Trammell yesterday, just trying to figure out a hierarchy for this particular project in this particular case, I wondered whether or not that, you probably heard her answer, but whether or not there was actually a a lead or a person in charge of this grid modernization project. And because I thought maybe it might be you. Would you characterize yourself as the buck stops with you on the grid modernization project or not?
You know, I would say probably very similar to how Ms. Trammell answered the question, that, you know, we take a very collaborative approach to making our decisions. You know, we do have a very robust governance structure in place. You know, certainly I am one of the leads of our project, but, you know, we do have multiple decision makers that help make those decisions, you know, all the way up to our executive leadership at times, and then working with each individual state, not co, when we do require specific decisions there as well.
Well, you've indicated, for example, on page 13 of your direct testimony, the question posed at line 12, did SPS consider alternatives to AMI, FAN, and FLISR? And then you testified that yes, that alternatives were considered. And I'm just wondering, in this consideration, when you're putting together these program offerings and components, whether or not there's one specific person that gets to decide yes or no on a program component.
Yeah, no, specifically, no. Usually it's done through just a lot of the, what we call like a council or like a steering committee. We'll make those decisions jointly. So
And
it's not specifically like one decision maker.
okay. And do you believe that your rollout of a grid modernization project, for example, in Colorado or Texas, has had any specific effects on the proposal that you're offering here in New Mexico?
And when you say a effects, could you maybe just elaborate? I just want to make sure I understand what you're asking.
Well, I'm just your you know, what you went through there, what good things or bad things that you might be encountering in those jurisdictions.
Yeah, you know, I would say overall, you know, I think our strategy is definitely informed, and there are similar components that we are deploying across all our states, which include AMI meters, the field area network, the FLISR components. So I think, you know, generally our strategy is at the company level, but, you know, specifically there are difference opcos to opcos, just depending on what the actual use is, what the business driver is, if there's any uniqueness specifically for those areas. So, you know, I think in terms of lessons learned that we've taken, I guess, from some of the other states that we'll be able to apply to New Mexico, you know, I think certainly that's the advantage of where New Mexico is at compared to some of the other states. You know, when you do it once, you're always learning, especially with projects like this that are highly complex. You're not always going to do everything exactly right the first time. So yeah, I mean, I think we'll be able to take just a lot of those lessons learned and apply them to New Mexico. You know, I think the other potential benefit as well is with some of our earlier states that we've started with our AMI deployments. They've had some of the initial capabilities, but we build our capabilities in increments or phases. So they're not always available to customers day one. They'll continue to see some of those capabilities as we deploy additional capabilities through really 23 and 24. Really, New Mexico, I guess, has the advantage because we're starting a little bit later than some of the other states, that many more of those capabilities will be available to customers day one.
I'm really intrigued by the Flusser?
Yeah.
Who got to name that?
I was actually, when you were talking about that yesterday, it's really an industry term. So I don't know if I know the exact origin. It's definitely unique. It's a mouthful, but it comes from the actual name of, I guess, the program, which is Fault Location Isolation Service Restoration, which is also a mouthful. But yeah, it's been an industry term that's been around for probably like a decade, I would say.
Okay. I was also very interested in your testimony with regard to your current distribution system and in your testimony on the limited visibility that you currently have.
Yeah.
Your testimony on page 15 in responding to the question posed at line 16 and 17, how does this limited visibility impact SPS's ability to monitor and control voltage levels on the system? You begin your testimony at line 18, because SPS does not have visibility into the system beyond the substation level. It does not have insight into voltage issues on the system or the ability to efficiently manage the voltage level on the system. That's your testimony?
That is my testimony, yes.
Because my note says, really, you want to admit this? And so, I mean, shouldn't you have the ability to efficiently manage the voltage on your system?
Yeah, and I think it's really is always that fine line between describing how we've done things in the past, because I think in a lot of ways we have been really efficient in terms of how we operate the system for our customers. But I think probably really the point is we're not aware of issues until our customers report those issues. So if a customer has an outage, typically we require that customer to notify us that they have an outage. If they have a power quality level issue, in the past we haven't had the technology to detect that type of issue. So I think why it's been a model that has worked historically, I think especially today with how electric service has become more critical, with how people are connected to everything electronic, with electric vehicles, with distributed energy resources, that I think there's a lot of things that have really changed that paradigm that make it much more important today than it probably was historically to have that visibility.
Well, and then further to the point, on page 16 of your testimony, in your responding to the question posed at lines 4 and 5, how does the limited visibility impact the distribution system's ability to accommodate distributed generation? And I thought it was interesting that in the middle of the page you say, for example, it begins on line 13, when high levels of distributed generation are on a feeder, protective equipment such as reclosers or substation breakers may not operate as intended because they are unable to differentiate between loads, distributed generation, and a system fault. That's your testimony?
Yeah, that is correct. And yeah, it was just a general description of what could happen when we do actual interconnection studies. We make sure that those things don't happen, and we do specific upgrades as part of an interconnection study to make sure that we can safely and reliably connect any type of distributed energy resource. But because we typically lack data and visibility to what happens beyond the substation level, and we have a duty to provide our customers safe and reliable power, we do have to be more conservative with those estimates so we don't create some type of issue for our customers. That was really, I guess, kind of the point.
And so am I correct that with this offering, with the three components, and primarily the increased data, you are going to be able to differentiate between the types of load?
Yep, and then specifically, really the point was, without that information, we could have connected X percentage of distributed energy resources on a particular feeder. And now, because we have more information, can be more accurate with our actual interconnection studies. I think the thought process is that we'd be able to connect more than that, because we wouldn't have to be as conservative with our estimates, because now we have actual information on load, actual information on generation, and we can be more precise with that, with those interconnection studies.
So then does that segue then onto your testimony on page 18, where you're talking about limited connectivity? And the question posed at lines 2 and 3, how does SPS currently communicate with substations, field devices, and meters? And how will SPS's proposals in the application improve the current system? And you say at line 6 and 7, connecting field devices, and in parenthesis, switches, etc., in parenthesis, and meters with communications network has been limited to only a few very specific ones. Is that correct?
That is correct, yeah.
And why is that?
Really just because previously we haven't had the technology. However, if there was a specific need to add communication to a device, typically we do it with like a public cellular modem and communicate over cellular. So there are some of those just one-off cases where we've done things like that.
And then further your answer to that questions beginning at line 13, further the continued increase of small scale DER located on the grid edge, in parenthesis, i.e. near or behind customer meters, in parenthesis, has created a need for enhancements to accommodate these resources. That's your testimony?
Yeah. And yeah,
am I,
that's correct.
my question is why?
Yeah, and I think that's really for the same reason that we talked a little bit about before, is because the system is much more dynamic, and the really kind of the classic assumption when we were as part of a utility grid is the power is always flowing from the generation through the transmission system to the substation, through the distribution system to the actual customer. With distributed energy resources, that no longer is always the case. You could actually have power flowing from a customer all the way potentially onto the transmission system if there's enough DERs on a specific feeder. And because of that, we really have to change the way we plan and operate our distribution system.
Okay, and I just wanted to get a clarification with regard to page 25 of your testimony onto page 26 with regard to distributed intelligence.
Okay.
And you're defining it on page 26 as distributed intelligence or grid edge computing.
Yes, that's correct.
Refers to the distribution of computing power, analytics, decisions, and action away from a central control point and closer to localized devices or platforms where it's actually needed, such as AMI or other smart devices on the grid.
That is correct.
Correct?
Yes.
So is it correct then that that the grid edge computing devices are really more of those individual devices?
Yeah, so our AMI meters, they have what is referred to as distributed intelligence capabilities. And really as part of that, so historically and Ms. Trammell talked a little bit about this, but really the first generation of AMI meters did not have distributed intelligence capabilities. So what a lot of utilities would do is they'd send that data back to a lot of their software back office platforms and then try to do analytics on that in basically a centralized software or environment with distributed intelligence as part of the meters that we plan to deploy and we're proposing as part of this proceeding. It has that distributed intelligence capability where it actually does analytics. It basically has like a small computer chip on the meter and can do analytics on the actual meter. And then from there, you wouldn't have to send all this data back to some other location to do some type of analytics. And it opens up other capabilities because it can do those analytics on basically sub-second data. So there's a lot of new capabilities that are possible with the AMI meter that we plan on, that we're purchasing from Itron, that weren't possible with other AMI meters.
And just so that I'm clear on this, I know on page 28, you start talking about the deployment of AMI. And then I think then on page 29, you're actually talking about some specifics about the meter itself.
Yep.
And just so that I understand, when you're referring to on page 28 that SPS plans to install 120,000 AMI meters in between 2023 and 2024, are all 120,000 of those AMI meters the same meter?
I would say, yes, it's the same meter. It's all what's referred to as an Itron Riva 4.2 meter. There are different meter types that serve different type of customers. So like a commercial customer gets a different meter type than a residential customer, but it is, yes, it is all the same model and manufacturer, Itron Riva 4.2, and they all have this same capabilities with distributed intelligence, if that is what your question is.
Well, that is what my question is, but here's the reason I'm asking.
Yeah.
My understanding, did you review any of the other testimonies in the case?
I did, yeah. Mm-hmm.
If you review staff witness Ramey's testimony regarding opt-outs, and basically what Ms. Ramey testified to on page 10 of her testimony, when she's describing the opt-out, SPS's opt-out proposal, on page 10, beginning at line 18 of her testimony, she says, customers who opt out will receive a new non-communicating interval data meter, also referred to as an opt-out meter, instead of receiving an AMI meter. The non-communicating meter will have more limited capabilities. However, the meter will still provide interval data that supports billing functions. This is on page 11. Customer access to the interval data through SPS's customer portal and will support more advanced rates such as time of use rates. Do you recall seeing that testimony?
I do, yes.
Is that testimony correct?
It is. So customers today that decide to opt out, they will not receive the Itron AMI meter. They will receive what is described there, an opt-out meter, which is a non-communicating meter that we are getting from a different meter vendor that does have more limited capabilities. I mean, really the biggest thing, it doesn't communicate. So it's not able to communicate through a HON, not able to communicate through our field area network. It doesn't have the distributed intelligence capabilities. When there's an outage, because it's a non-communicating meter, we won't know about that outage. Specifically, if it just affected that one customer, they would have to report that to us. So yes, it is a different meter, but because it's a interval-based meter, it does, when we go out there and read that meter on a monthly basis, basically our field employees will connect to that meter to get all the interval data. And then after that gets uploaded to the appropriate software programs, it will be available to customers through the customer portal to see that interval usage on a monthly basis. And then it also does, as it states, it does allow us to implement it, time of use or more advanced type rates, which are not possible with all type of meters. And I'll just maybe just clarify, because there was some discussion yesterday, why don't you deploy time of use rates on all your meters today? Our meters today are not, it is not possible to deploy time of use rates. They can only do basic billing for energy usage.
Okay. But if I'm understanding SPS's program correctly, you're going to offer an AMI meter. But if the customer chooses not to have an AMI meter, there's no choice of keeping their existing meter. Correct?
Correct. It's either AMI meter or the opt-out meter, which is a non-communicating meter.
And do you know who you're getting that one from?
We do, yes.
Can you tell me?
Yeah. It's from Aclara, is the manufacturer.
You want to spell it for me?
Yeah, ACLARA.
So then I can only, well, you tell me. Are the Atera meters cheaper than the Itron meters?
They are, yes.
And therefore, it's the Atera meter costs that are included in the opt-out charge.
That is correct. Because yeah, I think yesterday you were under the assumption it was the AMI meter cost. And why was there a difference between us and EPE? But yes, it is the Aclara meter, the opt-out meter, that is part of our opt-out charge. And then I did review just some of EPE's testimony, and it was, I believe, witness Hernandez. She had some information just around their actual opt-out costs. So they do have a different opt-out meter as well. They described it as a AMI, AMR meter, which is not an interval-based meter. So it's just based on what I read, it's my understanding with that meter, They would not be able to provide their customers with interval data on their customer portal. They wouldn't be able to implement more advanced rates such as time of use rates with their opt-out meter. And that was with those two reasons in mind, that was one of the main reasons that we decided to go with an interval-based meter, along with how we do billing with AMI meters and these opt-out meters. We do interval-based billing, which is different than, I believe, how EPE is going to do their billing. So I think there's some differences for how they read their meters, and they have a different opt-out meter. But yeah, I think you understand now that the costs that are in our opt-out fees are based on the cost of that specific opt-out meter.
So have you calculated in your 120,000 AMI meters? Does that include? That doesn't include your opt-out meter.
It doesn't, no.
How many of those do you think that you're going to install?
So we assumed it was going to be 0.5%. So I think the math comes out to, I think it's, let's see, 600 approximately. But just maybe to clarify, for the meters that we are replacing out of the approximate 120,000, they'll either get an AMI meter or opt-out meter. So we'll get up to that total regardless on what customers pick.
What's going to happen to the meters that are uninstalled or taken away, lack of a better term?
Yep. So that's part of our contract that we have with Itron. They're responsible for the actual disposal of that meter. So they can either try to refurbish them and resell them or salvage them. And then just based on what they get for either salvage value or reselling those meters, contractually, they are required to pay us a portion of those costs back.
Do you think that that's actually going to happen? I mean, do you think there's going to be much?
I mean, it'll actually happen, but yeah, it'll probably be a very nominal amount.
I don't recall over the years that salvage value ever ends up being anything of significance.
Right.
So there's not like, it's not like a catalytic converter that has some special metal in it that somebody needs.
Unfortunately not.
Okay. Also, just for clarification on page 29 of your testimony, again, talking about AMI, and that's when you're talking about the meters. At line 18, you say, for commercial meters, two types of meters will generally be deployed: commercial meters with or without KYZ, which you say in parenthesis, wired connections from AMI meters that provide energy pulses to customer devices. What's the purpose of that particular configuration?
You know, I don't know a lot of how commercial customers use KYZ functionality, but it's my just general understanding that a lot of the larger customers that want KYZ connections is because they have their own management, energy management systems. So they basically connect the meter to their own energy management system just to help manage their energy usage on a regular basis. Basically, it would just be like a two-way communication between like the meter and their own energy management system that they have.
Okay, so it's not actually like some control function that can turn all the lights off.
Yeah, I don't
Do you
believe
know?
it is. No. Yeah, because I think they would still use their energy management system to control, like turning things off and on and managing appliances and use devices.
Okay. Appreciated the would have liked it more as a demonstrative in a in-person hearing, but appreciate the picture on page 34 of the recloser.
Yeah, of course.
Always good to know what some of the things that we actually never get to see.
And if you're like me, you'll probably start driving around trying to look for them, look up at the poles on the road.
I did that after I did a few transmission line cases. I actually did notice the different construction.
Yeah.
Page 40 of your testimony, the question posed at line 20, does SPS intend to deploy FLISR on all of its distribution feeders? And your answer is no, only 8%. That's your testimony?
That is my testimony, yes.
I'm assuming you have more than 55 feeders.
We do, yes.
And why wouldn't you want to deploy it on more?
Yeah, so if you go to page 42, I expand upon that. But there are other portions. So generally speaking with FLISR, we are targeting areas that have had a higher number of what are called mainline outages and generally have lower reliability. There's other portions of our system that have extremely high reliability. So you wouldn't get the same benefits by deploying that technology in those areas because they don't actually have the outages. So that's the reason why it's not all of our system and it's a targeted approach.
And I see on page 44 of your testimony, beginning on line 16, you say by the end of 2025, the FLISR devices will be installed on approximately 55 feeders, benefiting nearly 34,000 customers, correct?
That is correct, yeah.
And can you characterize those customers either by type or location or both?
Not specifically because, for New Mexico, we have a general deployment plan, number of feeders, number of devices that will be deploying the recloser and other type of devices on. However, before we start the deployment, we'll typically look at the latest reliability information so we can really target, I guess, the areas based on the most recent information. So I can't tell you right this moment what the characteristics would be of those specific feeders, but generally speaking, it'll be a mix of the different customer classes from residential all the way up to commercial class customers.
And can you say, well, these are like really remote feeders or?
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit of both. It's going to be a little bit more in the metro areas or some of the cities, and then other ones will be in a little bit more of the remote areas.
Okay. I'd like to look at page 55 of your direct testimony. And you're talking about the avoided meter purchase benefit. Which on page 55, line 5, you say AMI meters will have a lower failure rate as compared to SPS's existing meters. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
What's the basis of that statement?
The basis of that statement is based on what our current failure rate is of our existing meter fleet. And I think from a very general basis, we'd be moving from an older meter fleet to a newer meter fleet. And there are, just based on information that Itron and just some of the warranties that we have with them, that it is expected to be a lower failure rate than we've seen historically with our current meters that we have.
Do you know what your current meter failure rate is?
You know, I know approximately, but I don't know if I could, I don't know exactly. So I'd rather look it up and tell you afterwards, just so I don't give you wrong information.
Well, can you tell me what you anticipate the new failure rate to be on the new
Yeah, I mean,
Itron meters?
Yeah, 0.5%, 0.5% or less.
Were you part of the RFP process to select the Itron meter?
It was not, no. I was in my previous role when they were going through that process.
Are you familiar with who's going to install the meters here in New Mexico?
I am, yes.
And what is the name of the company?
Yeah, so our contract is actually through Itron, but they will subcontract that out to Olemeter.
Okay. So did you hear my reference to the 2015 case that I found out about, and the EPE grid modernization case where Itron was fined $65,000 for not having the appropriate licenses for installation with Construction Industries Division in New Mexico?
I missed that part of when you're talking to Brooke about that.
Oh, I don't see my post-it handy, but you might want to check with Ms. Trammell about that.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I can tell you just from our experience, because we've been installing meters in Colorado for now close to 1.5 years, in Minnesota close to 8 months, that, you know, I think the relationship and everything that Itron and Olemeter have been doing to support the actual installation has been going well. So, you know, I think, you know, there haven't been any specific issues like that we have encountered.
Okay. So on page 70, you're responding to the question posed at line 17. What are distribution O&M costs associated with AMI? And you begin your answer at line 18 saying the primary components of distributions AMI O&M expense includes outside vendor contracts, employee expenses, and contract labor. That's your testimony?
That is my testimony, yes.
And what type of outside vendor contracts, other than the one we just talked about? You know, I'm assuming that installation's included.
It is, yeah. Yeah, so if you go on and read a little bit more, just some of the categories of work that we support on lines 21 and 22, it's not only to support the deployment, but because this is new technology, other critical aspects include making sure our businesses are ready before we start deployment, and then doing just other change management, which includes training of our employees. So we do have some contracts with other vendors to support training aspects. So training some more of our field employees and things like that.
Okay. And then further on page 72, you're talking about contingency amounts. And you say in the middle of the page on line 10, based on inflationary pressure of material costs, the company has agreed to a 5% increase in material purchases from Itron in 2022. And you say it currently doesn't impact AMI and FAN, but it's possible that it could. That's your testimony?
That is, yes.
Okay, so that 5% increase in materials is not included in your proposal.
It is not, no.
What was the increase from when you initially proposed it to this application? What did that consist of?
So we have as part of the meter contract with Itron, we have a contracted price for that meter. And that is what is included in our capital forecast, includes other things like taxes that we have to pay when we actually purchase that meter, along with the actual installation. So the installation is part of the contracted price that we have with Itron. And then this 5% increase is something that we agreed to that was specific only to 2022. And it basically, that contracted price, it was 5% on top of that.
Right. No, I'm just wondering, wasn't there like a $3.5 million difference in your offering in 2021 from this one? There was a $3.5 million increase.
Yeah, and that was related to the deployment of the FAN or field area network that Mr. Getco was asking me about. And that was based on the physical number of devices that were needed. We had an original assumption before we actually did the more detailed network design. And after we did that more detailed network design, we required quite a few number of devices more than originally anticipated. So it was the physical number of devices.
And what is the particular contingency? You testify about the contingency for the FAN on page 80 of your testimony, but I didn't see a number on there.
Yeah, so I believe it's in one of my attachments. If you give me a second, I can find it. Yeah, so attachment CSN 1 has information specific to the different line items, and the contingency for AMI is the second line item ending in .071, and then the FAN contingency is the fifth line item ending in .075, just under that WVS level number 2.
Okay.
As I was referencing.
So I'm hoping you can help me with my confusion about the opt-out process and the cost. So if we look at page 89 of your testimony, you're describing the process and you say on line 9, the opt-out costs include a one-time fee and a recurring monthly fee. The one-time fee will recover the incremental cost for an opt-out program that will include the IT cost to set up the opt-out process and billing and the administrative cost to support the opt-out process. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And so that's only going to be paid by people who opt out, correct?
That is correct.
Then you go on, in addition, the one-time fee includes the cost for replacing the opt-out meter. Correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, so it's going to include the cost for their new non-AMI meter and the installation of the meter, correct?
So we did not include the actual installation of the meter because we have to do that irregardless whether they choose an AMI meter or an opt-out meter. We did not include that cost in our one-time fee. The actual truck roll or field visit that's part of the one-time fee is, as I described it in my testimony, is for when that customer vacates the premise. Then at that point in time, we'd have to send somebody out there to replace that opt-out meter, non-communicating meter with an AMI meter. So that's what's included in the $200 or so, is that field visit when that customer actually vacates the premise. So they're basically paying for that cost in advance of when that happens in the future.
So what you're saying is there's only one truck roll in this fee.
In the $200, and then we also had the $250, which there are 2 field trips in that actual cost, because if a customer doesn't elect to opt out and they get an AMI meter, then outside of the AMI project, we'd have to do a specific field visit to actually replace that with an opt-out meter. And then they're also paying in advance for when they vacate the premise, and we replace at that point in time the non-communicating meter with an AMI meter. So that's why there's the 2 field visits and the $250 to capture that specific scenario.
Okay,
But-
so this doesn't have anything to do with the customer moving somewhere else within the SPS service area, correct?
Correct. It's when they discontinue service at that specific premise.
And currently, when you have a customer that disconnects service with SPS, do you charge them a disconnect fee?
You're talking about when they discontinue service at that premise, do we charge them a fee?
Uh-huh.
I'm not positive about that.
Because well, if you have a customer that disconnects service and say it's, I don't know, say it's a rental house, and then that person, the new person, is presumably going to want service from SPS. Do you know whether or not there's a connect fee charged to that customer?
Yeah, I don't exactly. I'd have to check, but I'll just describe kind of the basis for it is because the actual costs were based on cost causer principles. So if a customer has an AMI meter and they discontinue service at that specific premise, then there wouldn't be a specific fee as part of this project for that customer. But because that customer had elected to opt out of an AMI meter, and because of that, we are requiring to actually replace that opt-out or non-communicating meter with an AMI meter when they discontinue service at that premise, because that next customer would need to specifically opt out to get the non-communicating meter and pay the monthly fees. That is really the reason why we included that fee as part of the one-time fee. It's to capture that field visit when the actual customer discontinues service and we actually have to replace that meter with an AMI meter.
Well, I'm just trying to understand why SPS thinks that, that it's acceptable to bill a current customer for the next customer's meter.
And we're not billing that customer for that meter, we're billing them for the actual cost to do that actual field visit is what they're actually being charged for. That we wouldn't have
Right.
had to do really otherwise.
I think it's a stretch, Mr. Nickel, to look into the future, and basically try to assess a fee on your customer, to maintain or install a meter. It really looks like to me you're trying to either shift the responsibility for the customer service from one customer that you have now to some future customer. And I understand why SPS thinks it's appropriate, but it really seems like to me that what type of meter your future customer chooses ought to be paid for by your future customer.
Yeah, and subject to check, Minnesota, that's the way they structured their opt-out fees, is you are paying up front for that activity that happens later. So I think there is, I guess, precedence in other states and that have, I guess, structured their opt-out fees in this way. So that was just the general concept, but yeah, I understand your perspective.
Do you know whether or not the service in this customer service area in Minnesota is similar to that of New Mexico? I've been hearing a lot about how unusual that SPS's service area here in New Mexico is. So do you know if Minnesota's similarly situated?
Yeah, I don't know, it's kind of a broad question, but yeah, I know there's uniqueness, there's similarities, there's differences. Yeah, certainly New Mexico is more unique from some of our other states just based on the amount of oil and gas and larger C&I customers that we have, which is definitely more unique than some of our other states and opcos.
Mr. Nickel? I believe that's all the questions that I had for you, sir. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Ms. Hardy, any redirect for Mr. Nickel?
I do have a couple of questions, Madam Examiner, but they will be brief.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Nickel, could SPS file a grid modernization application at some point in the future that proposes projects associated with transmission operations?
Yes, we could, is my understanding.
But that's not part of this application.
It is not part of this application.
On grid edge devices, can you clarify whether the AMI meters are the grid edge computing devices?
Yes, the AMI meters have distributed intelligence, which provide grid edge capabilities.
Does distributed intelligence lessen the load on SPS's FAN, the field area network?
It does, because you don't have to send as much data over the field area network. And then, as it described, it provides other capabilities that are not possible with other AMI meters.
Would SPS need to invest in additional FAN capabilities if the data was being transferred to back office systems as opposed to some analysis occurring on the meters?
Potentially, yeah, potentially additional fan equipment, potentially additional back office analytics and software.
Regarding the opt-out fees and the exchange of meters when one customer discontinues service and there is a new customer, in your opinion, should a new customer be responsible for the cost of a field visit to exchange a non-AMI meter for an AMI meter simply because the prior customer opted out?
I don't believe so. I don't believe that should be that responsibility of that customer or other customers.
Those are all of my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hardy. Let's go back. Anything further for Mr. Nickel?
Yes, Madam Hearing Examiner, just a couple of questions if you don't mind.
Go ahead, Mr. Rice.
Hi again, Mr. Nickel.
Hi.
Do you recall your testimony just a few minutes ago stating that AMI could enable lowering overall load?
I do remember that conversation.
And would that be because distribution customers' load decreases?
That could be, yes.
In other words, that could be because distribution customers' electric usage is made more efficient, right?
That's correct, yes.
But it doesn't change transmission customers' electric usage, right?
That is correct, yes.
All right, thank you, Mr. Nickel.
Appreciate it.
Mr. Rice, Mr. Getko,
I have a couple questions. Thank
go
you.
ahead, sir.
I'm more on the line of questioning of the replacement of meters. My head goes more towards a customer that chooses to opt out and they own the home and they're 25 years old and they're going to stay in it until they pass away. So let's just estimate 50 years, 60 years. In that case, they would be in that home past the end of life of these AMI meters, which is estimated at 20 years, correct?
That is correct.
So there would probably be another program that comes in after the 20-year point where a new meter system technology is installed. Is that correct?
Yeah, very possible.
So in that case, that customer would be paying for a hypothetical replacement that in my hypothetical would never occur. Is that correct?
Under that scenario, yeah, that would be correct, Dave. Yes.
Okay. My next question goes to, you had a discussion with the hearing examiner regarding working across different jurisdictions and that you share ideas about technology deployment and capabilities across states. given that you've been active in Colorado for 1.5 years and Minnesota for 8 months, and you're tuned into the national idea of grid modernization, do you see general trends in the ways that residential customers use energy?
Yeah, I'm probably not close enough that to say general trends. Yeah, I mean, I'm probably, Mr. Schoenheider could probably give you a little more insight, but yeah, not close enough to the actual data with customers to say what some of those trends may or may not be.
Do you, okay. Since you deal with different jurisdictions, are there differences in business models across jurisdictions that would make certain programs more suitable for SPS within a particular jurisdiction? And when I refer to programs, I'm, certain demand response programs or other usage of the AMI meters.
Yeah, there certainly could be, yeah.
Would the existence of revenue decoupling in a jurisdiction alter what application of AMI is most suitable to a particular jurisdiction?
Madam Examiner, I'm going to object to that question. I don't think that's relevant to any issue that Mr. Nickel has discussed in his testimony.
Mr. Gedko?
Well, we've discussed, grid technologies and their ability to change the use of energy in the system. And so there's a tie between the energy that's used on the system and the regulatory structure, the business structure within the jurisdiction that allows for those technologies to be used. And so I think it's relevant to the knowledge that Mr. Nickel has as to what can be achieved with grid modernization.
I don't necessarily, I think the relevance is a bit tenuous, but I believe it's beyond the scope of the questions that were asked. So I'm going to sustain the objection and ask you to move to your next question.
Okay. I'll leave it there then. My next question was based off that one, so it would be inappropriate. Thank you.
Okay. Anything further?
Not from me. Thank you. And thank you again, Mr. Nickel. I appreciate it.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Thank you. Anything from you, Mr. Bigatko?
No, thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Very well. Ms. Lynch, you have a question?
Yes, am I allowed to ask a recross question based upon your questions you
Yes.
asked? Okay.
Yes.
I'd like to take the opportunity to
Okay,
do that.
go ahead.
Okay. Hearing Examiner Hurst was inquiring about time of use rates and AMI. And I just was wondering if you could clarify whether AMI is required for time of use rates.
AMI is not specifically required for time of use rates, but there are specific meters that are capable of implementing time of use rates and other ones that are not. So AMI is one of the options for implementing time of use rates. The interval, non-communicating interval meter that will be available to opt-out customers can implement time of use rates. There's what's called a bridge meter can implement time of use rates, but other meters, including the ones that we deploy to SPS customers, are not capable of time of use rates. So yeah, it depends on the actual meter.
Currently, time of use rates are available to SPS customers. So presumably the meters SPS currently uses allows use of time of use rates.
In instances where customers enroll in time of use rates, then we'd have to replace their meter with a meter. And we have been replacing them with what I refer to as the bridge meter to support time of use rates.
So if I'm understanding, if a customer currently were to opt in to time of use rates, SPS would need to exchange the meter?
That is correct.
Okay.
That's very similar with other time of use programs and pilots that other utilities do.
Okay, but with the meters being installed through the AMI grid mod proposal here, all customers can opt into time of use rates.
Yes, they would have that option under the current rate structure.
And SPS would evaluate whether in a future rate case, it makes sense for customers to be put on a default time of use rate.
I believe Mr. Luth and Ms. Trim will address that.
And they said yes.
Yes, okay.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Those are my questions.
Excuse me, I didn't catch the meter, urge meter?
Bridge?
Bridge
As in-
meter.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Well, if we have no more questions, Mr. Nickel, thank you very much, sir. You are excused.
Yep. Thank you all. Appreciate it.
And so now we have the question, Ms. Hardy, SPS has another witness.
We do, Madam Examiner. Our next witness is Mark Schoenheider.
Okay, and is Mr. Schoenheider available?
He is.
Should be starting now.
It does not appear that there is a significant amount of questioning for Mr. Schoenheider, so we can either have our 1 hour lunch break now, or we can go ahead with Mr. Schoenheider.
Madam Examiner, we'd prefer to take a break now, if that's acceptable.
Allison?
I was going to ask for a brief one if we went ahead, but it doesn't matter which we take now.
Okay, let's go ahead then and take our, unless anybody has strong feelings, let's go ahead. We'll take our 1 hour lunch break. I have I have 11:50, so let's come back at 12:50 and we'll hear from Mr. Schoenheider.
Thank you.
Very well. Thank you. Remember, still live Okay. Believe according to the commission issued phone, it's 1:50. So let's go back on the record. We are. Oh, lost you there for a minute, Allison. We're going back on the record from our luncheon recess, and it looks like Ms. Lees, you have another witness.
We do, Your Honor.
Go
SPS
ahead.
Thank you. SPS calls Mark Schoenheider to the stand.
And could we swear Mr. Schoenheider, Allison, please?
Mr. Schoenheider, would you raise your right hand, sir? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Go ahead. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Schoenheider.
Good afternoon.
Can you please state your full name for the record?
My name is Mark R. Schoenheider.
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I am employed by Xcel Energy Services as a consumer and commercial energy efficiency marketing manager.
And do you have in front of you what has been marked SPS Exhibit 12?
I do.
Can you please identify that document?
Yeah, that is my supplemental direct testimony in this case.
And was that testimony prepared by you or under your control?
It was.
And if I were to ask you the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
And is that testimony true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, it is.
With that, Madam Hearing Examiner, SPS seeks admission of SPS Exhibit 12 into the record.
Mr. Schoenheider, did you have any attachments?
I do not.
Very well. Any objection to what's been identified as SPS Exhibit 12, Mr. Schoenheider's supplemental direct testimony as affirmed by him here today? Hearing no objection, SPS Exhibit 12 is admitted. Ms. Lees?
Madam Hearing Examiner, SPS passes this witness for cross-examination.
Hearing examiner Hurst, this is Kara Lynch with a procedural matter. I didn't reserve any time for Schoenheider, but I was wondering if I could have about 10 minutes.
I don't see that there's any objection to that, so I will put you down. Ms. Lynch?
Thank you.
Mr. Gatko, I believe that you reserved time for Mr. Schoenheider.
I did.
Go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Schoenheider.
Good afternoon.
Good to see you again. Your title is Xcel Energy Consumer and Commercial Energy Efficiency Marketing Manager. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And reviewing your testimony, you have accountability for strategic leadership, product goal attainment, regulatory plans, and tracking and reporting in New Mexico, Texas, Minnesota, North Dakota, South Dakota, and Colorado, correct?
For energy efficiency related matters, yes.
Got it. And as part of the energy efficiency matters, just sticking with your direct testimony here, it says that your responsibilities include interpreting customer requirements and motivations to implement energy efficiency measures. Correct?
That is correct.
So I've asked this before, and in your work, since you're responsible for energy efficiency measures, and energy efficiency usually deals with the way that customers use energy. With your experience, is part of your job to identify similarities in behavior among residential customers across the 6 different jurisdictions in which you have experience?
That is similarities and differences is definitely identifying those and leveraging those as part of my job. Yes.
And all those states, New Mexico, Texas, Minnesota, North Dakota, South Dakota, and Colorado, they all have a fairly good amount of rural land. Is that correct?
I think that's probably fair of the states. I would remind you that Excel and our operating companies don't necessarily serve the entirety of each of the states listed.
So in your work of recognizing similarities and differences across those jurisdictions amongst energy usage amongst residential customers, do you think you can take both the similarities and differences to try to understand how a residential population in a certain jurisdiction is going to behave in response to energy efficiency measures?
We sure attempt to.
And do you ever have some degree of success with your attempts, or is it complete failure?
I will take my continued employment as a vote of confidence that we do sometimes have success.
Good. So is there enough similarity or even enough difference that when you look at how time of use programs have operated in your other jurisdictions, that you feel like you have any insight into how residential customers in SPS's New Mexico service territory might respond to time of use rates?
I believe that I have some insight into that topic, yes.
Great. And so that insight exists currently, correct?
I believe that's what I just said.
Okay. The reason I say currently is because, and I understand it, you'll have more insight, of course, when you have interval meter data, but your insights exist into the New Mexico jurisdiction, even though there isn't interval data at this point, correct?
We have similar experience with arguably similar customers to draw insights. They may or may not prove to be accurate, but that's part of the work we do is perceptions and change, and our customers change as we go. And so I think anywhere you're talking about, as you move through time, you're going to continue to learn and adapt your methodologies.
That's exactly where I was going next, is given that you can never perfectly predict, which is what you just said, you learn with an implementation of a time of use rate in another jurisdiction, you have a prediction, you put in the rate, and then you see actually how those customers respond to that, and you learn more due to that response. Is that correct?
I would say that's generally correct, yes.
So would it be fair that to say that the earlier you implement a time of use rate, the earlier you gain information as to how your customers respond to that time of use rate?
I think generally speaking, that's true.
Okay. Given your experience across the different jurisdictions, do you take into account I'll come back to that. Sorry, I don't have that focused enough. I'm going to switch tack for a second, if I may, a different line of questions. So thank you for that. It was the first testimony I think you filed in this case, which was your supplemental direct testimony, if I've got my bearings right. And it's SPS Exhibit 12. On pages 14 and 15, you discuss programs in Excel's other service territories, such as Peak Partner Rewards in Colorado and a Colorado Smart Water Heaters program that require interval meters. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Why did SPS not include specific proposal for these programs within its within the current New Mexico application?
Can you be more specific when you say the current New Mexico application? Are you talking this grid modernization application?
Yes, I think that's a start, and maybe I could expand it and say why did SPS not include specific proposals for these programs within this program, this grid mod application, nor the very recent energy efficiency application filing?
I think it would be appropriate to take those two separately.
Okay.
And do you have a preference? Well, I think I'll go in time order. So the energy efficiency and load management filing was filed in the second quarter of 2022. And at the time of filing, as discussed in my testimony, I believe you and I even spoke about this during the hearings for said case, there was not a identified generation shortfall or a need for additional generation. And so there is therefore not on the generation system, an avoided revenue requirement benefit from some of our demand response programs. And you're also aware that in the energy efficiency and load management plan, there is a requirement for the portfolio as a whole to be cost effective. And there's a test that's used for that cost effectiveness called the utility cost test. And so if you incur costs to operate a program and there are not corresponding benefits, that would, generally speaking, reduce the overall cost effectiveness of that portfolio. And so as I mentioned earlier, at the time of filing the EE and load management plan, we were not short on generation, and therefore there was not an associated capacity benefit for generation.
And in this case?
So in this case, I'm going to transition. There are a few reasons. First and foremost, this case is not focused on customer programs, and I don't believe that it's the appropriate venue to file such programs. I believe in my testimony, I described there are potentially 3 different types of cases where different types of programs may be filed, or we believe them to be appropriately filed. And the EE load management case, that proceeding, we believe, is the appropriate place to file programs that will either influence a customer's purchase decisions or way in which they operate some of their equipment. And so that would not, now, there are other things related to obviously grid modernization and potentially that could be filed in a future grid mod case or even in this grid mod case. If you'd like me to find that reference in my testimony, I can, it might be easier to read that.
I don't need it. Does the hearing examiner need it, Madam
No,
Mayor?
I'm fine. No.
Okay.
Go ahead, Mr. Getko.
So what I understood there was that in the recent energy efficiency filing from the second quarter 2022, there was, excuse me if I get this wrong, the programs such as Peak Partner Rewards and Colorado's Smart Water Heaters program, similar programs weren't presented because there'd be no benefit for capacity generation, and therefore your application might have failed under the UCT test.
I don't believe I said the application would have failed. I believe I said that it would have been less cost effective under the UCT test. I would also point out that the penetration rate of residential heat pump water heaters is very low in New Mexico. And so there may not be sufficient pieces of equipment there or appetite for that equipment to run a beneficial control program for those pieces of equipment.
And sir, tell me again, what equipment was that?
The specific technology that we were talking about is called a heat pump water heater. It is a form of water heater that uses electricity, but and there are multiple forms that use electricity. Sort of your least efficient model is called an electric resistance water heater. And a more efficient version of that is a heat pump water heater. And so that is an efficiency measure. And within jurisdictions where we have significant penetrations of that more efficient type of water heater, we also offer a program that can customers can voluntarily enroll in, just like all of our demand response programs are voluntary, where the customer can choose to operate that water heater in a manner that it's not consuming electricity during peak system events.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Getko.
So going back to the point where you clarified that it wouldn't have made your application, necessarily made your application fail under the UCT, but simply be less cost effective. Aren't in certain years, isn't your UCT value in that case like 1.001 or very, very close to failure?
Yes, it is.
So, and if it weren't going to make it fail, what would be the motivation for not doing it? If you're still able to pass, and SPS has a stated goal of energy efficiency on an overall scale, which is how I understand SPS to operate. If you weren't going to fail, why wouldn't you still pursue that program?
So I think you're confusing a couple of topics. The energy efficiency goals for SPS are in terms of saving kilowatt hours, so energy. The EUEA, as you may be familiar, defined a goal of saving roughly 5% of retail sales over 5 years, so approximately 1% per year. The program you're talking about, specifically the control of the heat pump water heaters, does not save energy. Now, offering incentives for heat pump water heaters in place of a baseline electric resistance water heater does save energy, and that is included in our plan. But to your direct question, adding a control program for heat pump water heaters does not contribute additional energy savings and therefore does not lead towards attainment of that goal.
So in your testimony, it talks here about Colorado Smart Water Heaters Program, explains what it does. And then it says, in cutting back on electricity use when marginal energy cost and demand are high. And so I got confused because we talked about not implementing it because we were close to the utility cost test. Then you explained that under the EUEA, it deals with energy. But if these programs don't affect energy, why is the value in the utility cost test used as a reason for not implementing these programs?
I believe you misheard me. I did not say they do not impact energy. I said they do not save energy. So they do not save kilowatt hours. This program in particular shifts the use of kilowatt hours from one time period to a different time period.
So if it just does a shift and it doesn't affect the total usage, how would that affect the utility cost test?
So the utility cost test, and I'm going to grossly simplify it. Please let me know if you'd like me to go into more detail. It is a ratio, and on the cost side of the ratio are all of the costs that are incurred to run a program. So marketing, advertising, administration. Actually, if we're talking about this particular water heater demand response program, it would include costs to actually call those events, to meter and verify sort of the results, all those sorts of things. And if I flip to the benefit side, there are three main categories of benefits for energy efficiency programs. There's an avoided capacity benefit for generation. There's an avoided capacity benefit for transmission and distribution, and there is an avoided marginal energy benefit. As I mentioned, there is a zero value for the next few years for that avoided generation benefit because there are not planned needs for new generation capacity. So that value is, so we have all the costs on the left side we talked about earlier, which are non-zero. We have a zero value for the capacity cost for this particular measure on the generation capacity. There is a small distribution capacity benefit for this measure, and there would be a non-zero marginal energy benefit for this measure, even though it does not save kilowatt hours. The fact that it can use effectively less expensive kilowatt hours to heat your water results in a small benefit. And so the costs, the first thing we discussed, all those admin costs, those would be much larger than the benefits for this particular measure. And so it would reduce the overall cost effectiveness of the portfolio.
So I think you said you felt it was more appropriate for these kind of programs to be issued through an energy efficiency filing. Is that correct? Did I understand that correctly?
That is correct, yes.
So if given the analysis according to the UCT and the difficulty of applying those programs through an energy efficiency filing, would there be motivation because it's possible to issue those through a grid mod filing, to move them over into a grid mod filing so that you could take advantage of these kinds of programs and avoid the restriction of the UCT under the EUEA?
Generally speaking, no. I do believe that the company would want to follow not only the letter of the EUA, but also the intent, which, I mean, the EUA creates a mechanism for energy efficiency and load management programs. And so I don't think it would be in the company's interest to take programs that fit within that filing and move them to a different filing as you propose to circumvent a cost effectiveness test that's in the interest of customers.
So I understand that concern for the intent. And do you think an intent of the Grid Modernization Act is that the technology that's installed under a grid modernization project is utilized to accomplish energy efficiency measures?
I think the intent, and I will admit I am not a lawyer, but my understanding is that the grid mod filing should put in place infrastructure and sort of bigger picture tools that may or may not themselves result in efficiency or in sort of better use of the grid or of other assets, but should enable other programs and other venues such as the energy efficiency load management plan to use that infrastructure. And I believe I discussed that pretty exhaustively in my testimony about, you know, types of enhancements that can be made to existing programs as well as new programs that can be brought to market once we have the AGIS and HAN infrastructure in place.
Do you think it's unfortunate that some of these programs that you're being able to implement in Colorado, you don't feel that you can implement in New Mexico due to the specific factors that lead to certain calculations of the utility cost test?
I don't think that's actually an accurate statement. I think the utility cost test, generally speaking, is a lower hurdle than other cost tests. For reference, in New Mexico, the test used to be the societal, or a very similar test to the societal cost effectiveness test in previous years, and it has evolved to allow additional types of programs. There's no hard and fast black and white comparison between the two tests as far as one is always a lower threshold or a higher threshold, but generally speaking, it's recognized that the utility cost test is a little easier hurdle to overcome than the societal cost test. So I think your characterization in your question was inaccurate. Do I wish we could bring more programs? It'd be appropriate to bring programs and stuff we've learned in other states to New Mexico. Yes, I do. And I do that there's a huge opportunity to learn and try. And as we talked about earlier, fix things as we go, make things better before we bring them, and to make sure that they're appropriate for the customer demographics as well as the other market conditions we have in a particular jurisdiction. And so I think we've talked about, and other witnesses have commented on the somewhat unique customer makeup of our territory in SPS. That would be another instance of why a program that is successful in a different OPCO may or may not be successful, or may have to be modified to likely be successful in SPS.
We'd have to consider those similarities and differences amongst customers that we discussed earlier to understand
customers, grid conditions, the embedded infrastructure that's here, both in customers' homes, the weather, heck, there are many variables between OPCOs.
I think I'm about done with this, but I got confused on one thing. When you were explaining that, I was confused. You said that you saw the UCT as a low threshold, and I understand a low threshold is one that's easier to meet than a high threshold. Is that correct?
What I intended to convey, and I apologize if it was confusing, was that compared to the societal cost effectiveness test, the utility cost effectiveness test is generally easier to meet.
Okay, so we have the generally easier to meet test, and that generally easier to meet test seems to be a factor in SPS's decision to not at this time implement certain programs that are similar to Peak Partner Rewards in Colorado and Colorado Smart Water Heaters program. Is that a fair statement?
I think it is fair. However, I would point out that for example, in Colorado, the societal test, or what's called the modified total resource test, they're pretty much synonymous names, is used, and both the modified TRC, total resource cost test, and the UCT have the same exact treatment for the avoided generation. And so the fact of which test we're using in New Mexico isn't really, those generation costs and the situation that it would likely not, that the programs we just talked about would likely not pass, isn't a function so much of which test you're using, but it's a function of we don't have a present need for generation in SPS.
Okay, so whether it's a low or a high threshold doesn't seem to matter. Is that right?
I think you could interpret what I just said in that way.
Okay. Your next energy efficiency filing is projected for 2025 due to the 3-year cycle. Is that correct?
We intend to file it in the second quarter of 2025 with an effective date of January 1st of 26.
And will the changes in avoided capacity and avoided generation, the distribution capacity benefits, et cetera, and I'm sorry if I don't get those all right. You are an expert. Will those have changed in a significant manner at the time that you make that filing?
We do update those values in each filing. And it is likely that the generation capacity benefit will change significantly in that filing.
Okay. Going back to page 15 of your supplemental direct testimony, you also discuss new DR offerings currently under development, including behavioral demand response, heat savers mode, and dynamic space heating, fuel switching. Do you know whether these DR offerings are being developed in a manner that they can specifically be applied to New Mexico's SPS customers?
Yeah, I think the behavioral demand response, absolutely. There's I think that one has a very high likelihood of being applicable in SPS territory. Heat savers mode, I think, is a little less certain, and primarily that is the main reason that gives me pause is that type of a program has not been proven out on a national level or in other utilities. The other piece of it is that as I mentioned earlier, the weather is significantly different between SPS service territory and some of our other jurisdictions. And so I don't know, I think as we develop it and we see how customers respond in other jurisdictions, we'll have to see how that would apply with different weather characteristics for SPS. And then the third one, the dynamic space heating fuel switching, is likely going to not be as applicable in a territory where we only serve one of the primary two utilities. So in SPS, as you're aware, we serve electricity. We do not serve natural gas. And in our PSCO and parts of our PSCO and parts of our NSP Minnesota jurisdictions, we do serve both gas and electric. And so the ability to help customers make a choice and potentially dynamically switch from heating their homes with electricity to natural gas is a much less regulatorily confusing construct in an area where we have both fuels.
That's interesting. Would it be beneficial to have coordination between electric IOUs and the gas IOU to help you implement that program of dynamic space heating fuel switching?
I do think coordination would be key. I do, yeah. So,
Mr.
So
Gecko,
just go-
how are you doing on your time? You're already double the 15 minutes you asked for. You're
Yeah.
already at 30. So are you almost done?
I'm getting very close, and
Okay,
I just
go ahead.
ask you. Some of these were pushed from another witness. Thank you. So just going to the behavioral demand response, since the other two we spoke about separately. Do you know whether those sorts of offerings will be available to SPS customers upon installation of their meters?
I don't know specifically. Behavioral demand response we see as in other jurisdictions, we have launched it as part of our Home Energy Insights product. And we're technically piloting in other jurisdictions now. So we don't have it as a full program measure, but the results are positive. I would anticipate that it does require an AMI meter to be effective, to be able to see kind of real time what the customer's doing and then prompt them with appropriate suggestions, the right suggestion at the right time in the right way. So I do think that is, and we do, for reference, have Home Energy Insights currently operating in our EE load management portfolio. And I would expect that as we have AMI meters roll out, once we hit a critical mass that makes sense, that we would incorporate behavioral demand response into that current offering in SPS.
Okay, that's perfect. And I apologize for the time, but this was Mr. Remington did point us to you as an expert on this, the Home Energy Insights.
Mm-hmm.
Can you describe those insight features briefly with respect to the time?
Yeah, so Home Energy Insights is a program that attempts to have a much deeper two-way interaction with customers about their energy usage. And it's an opportunity for us to reach many, many customers in a relatively low cost manner and to influence primarily their behavioral decisions. And so the types of decisions you could think about would be anything from, what temperature they set their water heater at to how they, can they help their kids turn lights off when they leave a room, those sorts of things, right? And so we have multiple communication methods. There is an online portal for it where customers can log in and sort of have great two-way communication with us, giving us some information, they get information. We also have email communication, and we also have traditional mail communication. And a lot of that content is derived from the customer's energy consumption data, as well as things like square footage of their house, number of kids, those sorts of metrics. Currently in New Mexico, we only get a meter reading as a data source for that program once a month. And so AMI will greatly enhance the amount of data and the data resolution and help us to understand and identify better options for customers to save energy.
Will you need to modify your energy efficiency plan to incorporate the added information, and I'm going to assume additional features that follow from having that greater amount of information?
No, we don't need to change the filing to do that. We can make those tweaks to the program under And to be fair, the current plan has not been approved yet. We have been through hearings. We are waiting for a recommended decision. So assuming it is approved as filed, we would not need to file any changes to incorporate AMI data to beneficially use that as part of Home Energy Insights.
Great. Then my last question. You talked about the certain programs being more ideal for certain jurisdictions based on the market conditions. Do you ever have to consider the effect on revenues when you choose the programs that can be implemented, and whether revenues can be guaranteed due to the existence of revenue decoupling?
I think that is a factor. However, I don't think it's necessarily a binary choice as you're kind of making it out to be. And generally speaking, within our energy efficiency and load management filings, there tends to be, well, let me take a step back. In legislation in most states, there are provisions that allow for and require investments in energy efficiency to be at least as profitable to the company as other investments. And so as a consequence of that, there tends to be some form of incentive mechanism that describes how the company can earn an incentive to offset the lost revenue and or lost incentive or investment opportunities that are foregone because of the load and or energy reductions from those programs. And so generally speaking, and SPS is included in this, there is an incentive mechanism that attempts to kind of balance or counteract that pressure you were talking about.
Do you think it's adequate in New Mexico to allow you to implement all the programs that you could possibly implement?
I believe the incentive mechanism complies with the law.
Well, the incentive mechanism is the law, but the question was whether you think the law, the incentive mechanism, adequately compensates SPS to allow SPS to implement the widest array possible of demand response and energy efficiency programs.
I think that is a discussion that's not necessarily relevant to this case.
I've been concerned, because I know you have, as a company, an interest in time of use rates, that you've been limited in your pursuit of them due to financial restrictions. Would there be any truth in my suspicion?
Your Honor, I'm just going to object that this line of questioning is now far beyond the scope of Mr. Schoenheider's testimony in this proceeding.
I don't.
Mr. Gecko?
I don't think it's beyond the scope. We're discussing the ability to implement programs that take advantage of the grid mod technology. And at the start of this testimony, it was excellent testimony regarding the limitation of the UCT and the ability to implement a program and the limitations on SPS. And so it's just a line of questioning that further pursues. And it's my last question of.
My understanding, Mr. Gedko, is that you're asking Mr. Schoenheider to opine on whether the EUEA provides sufficient incentive for SPS. I don't believe that's within the scope of Mr. Schoenheider's testimony.
I think
Mr.
it's.
Gecko?
Yeah, I think it's within the scope of the testimony, in that if we're discussing the ability to use the AMI technology and it's limited by the EUEA, I think it's totally legitimate to understand whether the offerings that SPS has put on the table have been limited due to the EUEA. And it doesn't even need to be an opinion. It can be just factual. Like, have your offerings been limited due to the statutory restrictions that exist in the Efficient Use of Energy Act?
And again, I will just say that I believe Mr. Gedko is referring to offerings in another proceeding, not in this proceeding.
Well, I
It's,
thought the focus of this case was the grid mod statute, so I'm going to sustain your objection. Any further questions, Mr. Gedko?
no, that'll be all.
Thank you.
Mr. Schoenheider.
Thank you, Mr. Getco.
Ms. Lynch, I believe that you now have questions for Mr. Schoenheider. You are muted. There you go.
Yes, I'm now
ahead.
unmuting and I'll, thank you. Hello, Mr. Schoenheider.
Good afternoon.
It's good to see you again. And I just have a few questions. And most of them will focus on time of use rates.
Okay.
So it sounds like you have quite a bit of expertise in time of use rates. Is that an accurate statement?
I'm not sure what you're saying that relative to, but I do have experience with time of use rates.
Okay. Do you know whether the company SPS consulted published peer-reviewed articles or studies on time of use rates in preparation for this case?
Specifically in preparation for this grid mod case, I do not know.
Do you know whether the company has ever consulted published peer-reviewed articles or studies on time of use rates?
Yes, I'm familiar with those types of studies that you mentioned as part of developing a very robust pilot program for time of use rates in Colorado, which preceded our grid mod application there and subsequent time of use rates in Colorado.
Okay. And would those have those studies or articles, would they have also included information on default time of use rates?
Likely.
So I just want to confirm, who in SPS would be the person expected to have expertise on time of use rates?
I would guess that would be in our rates department.
So it wouldn't necessarily be you.
Well, hopefully there are more than one person, as I think we've explored through other witnesses' testimony. We tend to not have one decision maker. We tend to have multiple informed parties, hopefully with different perspectives that can come together to, whether it's create a rate or put forward a filing as we have here. So there's not a single expert on any given topic.
Are you often called upon for SPS because of your knowledge of time of use rates?
I think it'd be more appropriate to say I'm called on in SPS for my knowledge around energy efficiency and load management programs.
Of which time of use would be only a component?
Generally speaking, a time of use rate is a rate and not an energy efficiency or load management program. However, one of the benefits of energy efficiency and load management programs is to help customers be successful on time of use rates. So I want to be crisp there on the definition. I believe I talk about that in my testimony, which we alluded to earlier, where there's 3 different venues, if you will, where things can be filed. One is an EE load management plan, one is a rate case, and one is a grid mod filing, such as we're in now. And so filing of a TOU rate, again, I'm not a lawyer, but it would appear that that would fit best into a rate case.
So I just want to check whether I heard you correctly. You, one of your responsibilities is to help customers be successful in the use of time of use rates?
Yes, that is one of the drivers, if you will, of energy efficiency load management programs.
Okay. Do you know how many customers within the SPS territory are using time of use rates?
Subject to check, I believe the number is less than 20 across the various rate classes.
In your opinion, is that successful uptake?
I think it depends how you define success. Is that a high penetration rate? No, that's not high compared to the penetration rate in other jurisdictions, although I think there are, as we talked about earlier, there are currently structural reasons that would contribute to that, such as customers would have to have a new meter installed in order to participate in the current TOU rates. Generally speaking, in jurisdictions where we have higher penetration rates, the infrastructure already exists prior to that enrollment.
Thank you. I appreciate that response. Would you say that based upon your knowledge, the research on time of use rates confirms that customers experience energy savings when they are on time of use rates?
Holistically, no, I would not agree with that. I think there are certain customer classes that may experience reduction in energy cost, but not necessarily energy consumption. And the example I would give is if you think about I'm going to start kind of at a high level, right? If we're talking about large commercial and industrial customers, they may or may not be able to shift load to a time period with a lower rate. Some may be very able to. An irrigation, customer might be an example where instead of pumping, water for irrigation 24/7, they could invest in a pump system that can flow higher capacity, but then only do it half the day. And so there may be customers that fit, but there are other customers that, let's say a data center has very little control over when they use energy. And so they may or may not be able to shift any load. The second part of that question, if we just focus in on a residential example, is more about saving money than it is saving energy. And so the common example for a residential customer that we can help them be successful with on a TOU rate is we can educate them about changes that they can make to their behavior that will save them money. And an example would be running the dishwasher. So common practice in my house, and common might be an overstatement with a 14-year-old and an 11-year-old kid, is after dinner, they all clean up their dishes, they put them in the dishwasher and they run it. And that might be fine. However, that tends to be at our house somewhere around 6 o'clock, which might still be during a peak period. And if we could, through a TOU rate, inform a customer and show them that if you were to delay the start of that dishwasher cycle, it could be outside of a peak period. And so instead of running it at 6 o'clock when dinner is done, run it at 9 o'clock at night before the kids go to bed. It's not the dishwasher takes the same amount of energy to run, whether it happens at 6 o'clock or 9 o'clock at night. However, that there's less congestion on the grid, and the potentially even the marginal resource that's generating that power is different. And so there may be lower costs associated with producing that energy at night or at 9 o'clock versus 6 o'clock. And if we pass those costs on to customers, we can signal to them through price of when it makes sense to perform that action. And so the total energy consumption doesn't go down. So to your initial question, it doesn't save any energy, but it does result in a lower bill for a customer and lower cost to provide that service to the company, which is a win-win.
Yeah, that was a fantastic example. So then would you agree that the research on time of use rates and default time of use rates confirm that a utility experiences reduced peak demands when those rates are used?
I think depending on the customer class they're applied to, I think there's probably a correlation there for some customer classes. I don't think it is an absolute statement. And, I'll expand, like we talked about a residential customer. Residential customers in SPS make up a very small percentage of our load, both at a peak level and an annual energy basis, versus we have a large number of customers that are industrial, and I think the vast majority of those are in the oil and gas space. They may not have the same flexibility. They don't have the 14-year-old kid that they can have run the dishwasher at 9 versus at 6.
Okay. So I'm just knowing that you're quite informed on time of use rates. I have a few questions for you. They're similar questions as I posed to Mr. Luth, who had apparently no opinion at all. But do you know whether in general residential customers save money on their energy bills when they are on time of use rates?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to Ms. Lynch fishing for testimony in this line of questioning. I've let it go on for a little while, but Mr. Luth did testify and respond to the time of use testimony that had been filed in this case. Mr. Schoenheider did not. And I do feel that Ms. Lynch now is just searching for testimony to fulfill her purposes and not staying within the scope of Mr. Schoenheider's testimony.
Ms. Lynch?
Yes, I would like to respond to that. First of all, I'm not sure why Luth would be testifying to time of use rates when he doesn't apparently have the expertise, and Schoenheider has the expertise. So I would like to pursue the knowledge that Schoenheider has relevant to time of use rates, which he's already testified.
Ms. Lynch did not establish in her cross-examination of Mr.
Hold
Luth
on, you
that he
can't
does
both
not have
talk at the
expertise in time of
same
use.
time. Not good for the court reporter. Did you finish your response to the objection, Ms. Lynch?
Well, Mr. Schoenheider is the expert that has this knowledge and expertise
On
within
what?
SPS, time of use rates.
So have you concluded your response to the objection?
Yes.
And you had a retort, Ms. Lees?
Yes. First, Ms. Lynch stated that Mr. Luth was not the expert in this case of time of use rates. She did not establish that in her cross-examination of Mr. Luth, that he was not the expert on time of use rates to provide testimony. Mr. Luth simply replied that he did not have an opinion when she asked a question. Mr. Schoenheider does have knowledge based on helping in PSCO design a time of use energy efficiency programs pursuant to a time of use rate. He does not have expertise in rate design, nor has Ms. Lynch established that he has expertise in rate design.
Mr. Schoenheider? Do you have knowledge and expertise in rate design?
I do not.
The objection is sustained. Move on, Ms. Lynch.
Mr. Schoenheider, you have expertise in load management, correct?
I do.
And time of use rates affects load management, correct?
I don't think I would agree with that statement.
I think previously you made the link between the two.
I believe that what I said is that energy efficiency and load management programs can help customers be successful on time of use rates.
So load management programs can help get the customers be successful with time of use rates.
I agree.
Okay. Therefore, do you know that whether the research on time of use rates supports residential customers saving money on energy bills when they are on time of use rates?
I do not. As a class of customer, no. As I said before, I do have knowledge of how to offer programs to customers to help them be successful on time of use rates.
But
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Lost your video or your audio, Ms. Lynch. I can
Am I-
see you, but I can't. Okay.
I couldn't
Okay.
hear either. Apologies. I guess just in general, you know, I'm wondering whether, I mean, Mr. Schoenheider says that he's reviewed, published peer-reviewed articles and studies on time of use rates, and I'm just wondering, based upon that knowledge, do you know whether residential customers save money on their energy bills when they're on time of use rates?
I think he's asked and answered that question 3 times, Ms. Lynch.
I didn't hear the answer. Maybe I had lost what, you
Okay.
know, my,
Want to answer that one again, since she had some audio problem there, Mr. Schoenheider?
Yes, I do not know as if all customers save energy on a time of use rate.
Okay, so one last question. We kind of danced around this, but I'm just wondering, what does it mean or to be successful on a time of use rate?
So for an individual customer, I think you could look at a definition of success being if their bill is lower than it would have been without those interventions. And by intervention, I mean the types of programs and that my team offers. So energy efficiency, load management types of programs.
So in other words, success is, would you agree success is when a residential customer saves money?
Over what would have happened without the programs, yes.
Okay, thank you so much. Hearing examiner, that's the end of my line of questions for Mr. Schoenheider.
Thank you. Mr. Bagatko, you have reserved time for Mr. Schoenheider.
7 minutes. I'll try to do better than that. How are you doing, Mr. Schoenheider?
I am doing well, and I appreciate your very precise estimate of time.
Well, I'll do my best. I'm asking you questions because they were deferred to you by one of your colleagues, and I hope maybe you can answer my question. My interest is in whether SPS is considered tapping into any of those infrastructure grants out there that might be made eligible for grid modernization projects like what we have here in this case.
Could you, and I remember the concept of the question. Can you be a little more specific about the grants you're inquiring about?
Well, I'll be very specific. It's my understanding that through New Mexico's Energy, Minerals, and Natural Resources Department, there's potentially some grants for grid modernization, specifically through their, excuse me here. Let me get to where I was. Yeah, their ECMD division has a grid modernization grant program that supports facilitation, adoption of all sorts of measures in conjunction with it. And I didn't know if that was something that SPS was aware of or not. And well, I'll start there. Are you aware of that?
So yes, I have been recently made aware of that, and I would. My understanding, and this is, I think we could look specifically at the program you mentioned, but I think it's similar with some of these other grant programs, is that typically those programs are intended and or limited to public entities such as state agencies, counties, higher education, those sorts of things. They are typically not open to a utility as the grant recipient.
And that's kind of a curious thing in terms of grid modernization and what we see in our statute 62-8-13. Would it be fair to say that it's the state's policy that there is some grid modernization efforts made in conjunction with, at the very least, our three big IOUs? Is that fair to say?
I am definitely not an expert on that statute, but my sense, and maybe let me take a next step and hopefully help us connect the dots. The programs that you're referring to, I think, are meant to be done in conjunction with and possibly even supporting a utility. However, the grant recipient, specifically for the MNERD, I believe, as we described it earlier, the grant recipient is not a utility, but again, it's a public entity. I would encourage you to maybe check on the application and read through it to see if you interpret that differently.
Understood. But if some of these grant programs were opened up to participation by the IOUs, is that something that SPS would consider?
I think my understanding is that we would collaborate with grant recipients in that, and by all means, I think we are open and transparent to doing this better. And so if there are entities that want to apply for those grants, I don't think we would object to that.
Fair enough. Well, thank you for taking my deferred line of questioning, and that's all I've got, honestly. So I think I came in under my 7 minutes, Madam Hearing Examiner, and I passed the witness.
Yes, Mr. Bagacco, 4 minutes. I don't see that we had anyone else have any questions for Mr. Schoenheider. And I just have a couple. I was going to say I wrote them down, and now the paper's missing, but I just found it. And I don't recall, Mr. Schoenheider, if we've met, but in reviewing your educational background, I see that you have a degree in civil engineering. Was that correct? And are you a PE?
I am no longer a PE. I have held a PE license in 3 states at various points in my career. However, I do not practice in those states currently.
And you also have an MBA.
I do.
In finance.
Specialization in finance, yes.
And with your current job, do you find that you rely on both of those things? Or one or neither?
I would say heavily on both.
They seem well suited, I think, in your current role of implementing the programs. I also have a deferral question, and I don't know if you were listening to, I think it was from Ms. Trammell. I don't know if you were listening or not, but I had to get in my humor point about any deferrals to other witnesses also results in
Salary.
a forfeit of salary. I would leave the collection up to you.
I'm willing to take a swing at it.
And I think it was from her, although it could have been potentially from Mr. Well, I'll just say it was a referral from yesterday. And it had to my question about the onserts versus the inserts. And they said, well, Mr. Schoenheider might be able to tell you more about that. And again, you know, in being a utility customer and also in trying to structure notices and other informational bits that the customers see, sometimes more successfully than others. I'm just wondering why or what the SPS's motivation is regarding the insert and the onsert.
Yeah, so at a high level, they are two slightly different tools that are intended to accomplish the same sort of general thing, which is communicating with our customers. I would add the context that in addition to inserts and onserts, we have many other communication tools that we leverage, such as radio ads, TV ads, social media, direct mail, including postcards or trifolds, as well as email, as well as in-person outreach at events, customer education type events. So there's a whole myriad of communication tools. And generally speaking, we find that different tools are more effective at communicating different messages to different customers at different times. Now focusing back down to your question, I'm sorry, I went a little off the path there. Inserts versus onserts. Typically a onsert is a much more focused message with a specific call to action. That's frankly adapted to customers that may pay a little less attention or may not take the time to read a whole insert, right? So you may have a topic that bears or needs a significant amount of explanation. You could do that on an insert and have a trifold paper, another physical paper in with the bill, or you could sort of put the headline in an onsert and have a QR code or some way for the customer to dig deeper if they wanted to. They're two different tools that we can use to communicate with customers. And
what is the motivation, the company's motivation potentially in using an onsert?
I mean, our intended result is to communicate or convey something to a customer and to get them to either read it and know it or read it and take an action. And I'm not sure I'm answering your question. I'm sorry.
No, I think you are. I'm just trying to figure out, for example, whether or not the company thinks, well, hey, it's going to be more cost effective which and this is just an assumption on my part, that if you're going to print something on an existing bill, which I understand is an onsert, correct?
Correct.
As opposed to doing a bill stuffer or a separate mailer, it's going to be a whole lot cheaper to just print something on the existing bill, correct?
I think that's a fair generalization. I would also point out that, we don't send out hard copy bills anymore to everyone. Some of them receive an email bill or electronic auto payment. And so there are, again, multiple different tools. But I think you're accurate in saying that the printing costs themselves are lower if there's open space on a bill to put an onsert than to put an insert. There's a balance around generally customer preferences for a more open bill that is a little, it appears to be more straightforward, easier to understand. And so there's kind of a practical limit to how many onserts you can put on. And, there's a limited number of times you can communicate with a customer, and there may be competing messages that you want to put out at the same time. So as an example, in a May, June, July bill, we probably have many competing priorities. We may want to communicate with a customer around some of our, peak summer demand response programs, or we may want to also communicate with, hey, it's a great time to get your air conditioner tuned up, or maybe even, replace that air conditioner. And if you only have a certain amount of real estate, so to speak, on an onsert, some of those communications may have to go in an insert or through a totally different channel, social media, web, radio, TV, whatnot. So I agree with your hypothesis that it is cheaper to do an onsert than an insert. However, there are many more factors to that decision.
And I didn't realize that you are potentially doing more than one onsert at any given time.
Yeah, there's typically a certain amount of space, and it's different by the customer class and what other things are on the bill, but there's typically a certain amount of space that's available, and you could, do one great big onsert. You could maybe do multiple little ones. You might not be able to fit everything you want on a given customer's bill in a given month.
So if there are multiple onserts, is there a pecking order? And who gets to choose?
Yeah, I wouldn't say that there is a set pecking order. I do think there are, as you've heard probably from multiple witnesses now, it is a collaborative process, right? And so, generally speaking, we try to schedule onserts ahead of time, but there may be a situation that comes up where we have, maybe a unit goes down, or we have unexpectedly hot weather, and we need to put, either a capacity or a safety message, and that bumps other things. And so, I will say there might be a little bit of horse trading that goes on too behind the scenes of, who gets which month and who brought donuts in for food and whatnot. So.
Okay. Well, to be honest, for example, I seem to recall in years past that, and I don't remember, I don't recall what utility I allowed it, but I think I actually allowed a notification as an onsert. Now, we didn't call it an onsert back then. We just set a message on the bill. And so not only am I trying to understand what SPS is doing, but actually I'm gathering information as to potential. Again, we're always trying to, or I'll speak for myself, I'm always trying to figure out ways to communicate the information to the ratepayer, not only the legally required, but the procedurally required, but also to give the customer an understanding of what the particular proceeding is.
Mhm.
So very, very interesting. Very interesting process, I think. So I also wanted to ask you, and I realize that you've indicated in your testimony that you do know several of the different areas that relate to the regulation of the electric industry. But I do understand that your position specifically has to do with consumer and commercial energy efficiency marketing manager.
Mhm.
Correct?
Yes, ma'am.
However, I believe that within the scope of that, perhaps you might be able to answer the question about that Mr. Bartel apparently has brought up twice to SPS. And I believe you probably heard him ask questions of Mr. Remington with regard to this earlier this morning. If you have a particular customer that's a multi-account customer like Walmart, and they're trying to get you as the service provider to assist them in a particular request, as the manager, as the marketing manager of Excel, why wouldn't you respond to that customer's inquiry?
Yeah,
What am I missing here?
Yeah, I don't think that any of the witnesses have communicated that we wouldn't respond to a customer's inquiry. I think the way that I have interpreted the specific request, and I'm going to paraphrase, is if you're offering a feature such as download my data or connect my data, that is a feature that complies with a sort of set standard that's out there. And the reason for standards, and I think other company witnesses have described this, the benefit of a standard is that you can create one thing and it can then be used by everybody, right? And individual customers or individual software providers don't have to build something new. And I think that we want to accommodate our customers. We have at Excel, we have 3 strategic priorities, right? It's lead the clean energy transition, enhance the customer experience, and keep bills low. And so that second one, enhance the customer experience, this falls right into that category. So we want to be responsive to requests for customers. However, my understanding of what Walmart is asking for is to build sort of a one-off tool that already currently exists in the marketplace. There are many providers out there that will, and tools that will aggregate customers' utility data from multiple meters and put it in whatever format that particular customer wants. I think the company's position is that there's not a standard to make that data available to the benefit of all customers, right? If there was a standard that applied to aggregation of data across premises or accounts, I think the company would be willing to comply with it. And the example I would give, and I don't want to get too far in the weeds, but maybe an illustration would, an example would help. That standard exists on the residential side and for a specific single meter. When you try to aggregate that together, you're adding in more variables. And so one customer that has multiple premises might want and excuse me if I'm going too far in the weeds. I'm trying to sort of explain the complexity and why this isn't just a simple request. One customer may want to see how their individual 15-minute KW readings would add up, and so the reading from 12 o'clock adds with the reading of 12 o'clock from all their premises, and the reading 12:15 adds up with 12:15 across the board, right? And that could tell them what their, at any point in time, what their energy usage is across their company or across their larger entity. Another customer may have the same 10 building portfolio, but they may not care about the exact time that their energy is added up or their demand is added up. They may only care about, hey, tell me what the peak was for a given month from each premise. And those may be at different times, but they may be more concerned with the overall demand charge they would receive across, versus that first customer may be more concerned with the instantaneous peak. And that's kind of one microcosm of potentially different ways customers would want it. And so building a single solution for a single customer may not satisfy multiple customers. And that's the whole concept behind Green Button Connect for Download My Data or Connect My Data, is that it sets the rules so that, as Mr. Nickel said, if you go into, I believe he used Best Buy, and you buy a TV and you want to connect it to your laptop, the same cord connects all those and works, right? And kind of what they're asking for us to do is, build that same cord, but build one that has 6 ends on one side and 1 end on the other. And another customer may ask for, well, I want one that has 10 ends or 2 ends. And so it's not really there's no standard out there that really defines what that thing should look like. And so we basically be building an individual solution for one customer and asking all customers to pay for it.
Well, but in essence, by limiting your grid mod proposal to your residential and commercial customers and leaving out your transmission customers, aren't you doing the same thing? Aren't you saying, oh, well, I'm only going to build, this particular service out to accommodate a couple of our customer types and not all of our customer types?
I think you could see it that way. I think it's a little more nuanced than that, in that and we talked about this, I think, at length in this case around causality. And I'm totally not an expert here, but conceptually, generally speaking, our larger industrial customers, our transmission level customers, are more sophisticated than our residential customers. They currently have more sophisticated metering infrastructure. And so, updating their meters to an interval, like they're already interval meters. And so the customers that we're trying to bring into the fold here, not only are less sophisticated, but there are significantly more of them, right? There are, 90-ish thousand residential customers. And so the intent of this filing is to modernize the distribution grid, not the transmission grid, but to modernize the distribution grid and the customers that utilize it. The transmission customers we're talking about don't utilize the distribution grid. I believe there's room in statute to similarly modernize the transmission grid, right? And the transmission customers. And if the company chooses to put forward that filing, my assumption would be that the costs would be allocated to those customers that are directly benefited by that. And so, I think you're right in your initial question or your initial hypothesis that this filing is really providing, an upgrade to one part of the overall system, the distribution system. And the costs are allocated to those customers. But yeah, I think you're right that this filing is not directly upgrading the transmission system, nor are the costs being allocated to those customers.
Are you offering any functionalities or programs in your grid mod offerings in any of the other either the SPS in Texas or PSCO in Colorado, or as you've mentioned, Minnesota, that aren't being offered in New Mexico?
That's a pretty big question. To my knowledge, within the grid mod cases, we aren't. I think it's related though that, and I mentioned this earlier, so just for full transparency, our energy efficiency and load management offerings, which in a lot of cases take advantage of the infrastructure that we're proposing to install here, those are different in other territories, right? We have different types of programs offered to different customers in those. And so I tried to make a line earlier between, programs and offerings that fit in an EE load management filing and programs that fit in a grid mod. And I just want to be clear that we do offer different EE and load management offerings, but they're not in a grid mod filing in those different states.
Right. And I'm just specifically wondering about your grid mod filing.
I am not aware of things that we offer to customers in other grid mod filings that we don't offer that we're not proposing in this grid mod filing.
Okay. And also in terms of packaging or programs, I'm wondering when you were just explaining during the cross-examination, about the dishwasher. And what I was wondering is, and Ms. Lees was kind enough to provide me with the case number 20-00150 UT. And I don't know if you're familiar with that case, but that was SPS's transportation electrification program. Or do you know about that case?
I know a little, maybe enough to be
Okay.
dangerous.
All right. Yeah, that's me most of the time. So here's my question. Because I didn't do that case. I actually did a public service company of New Mexico's case. And so I'm more familiar with it. And I know, for example, that they had in conjunction with their EV program, something that they called a whole house rate. And so basically, it's going to be an offering that in order to try to shift the plug-in of the EV, they're, to a certain time period, they're going to offer that rate so people could plug in that dishwasher, turn on that dishwasher during that time and save, save money. Or they could run their, what's the other big user? Their electric dryer.
Mhm.
Because I was asking them, it's like, well, you're not going to expect people to wait till after 9 or 10 o'clock and eat dinner, are you? And they're like, no, we realize there's only going to be a limited, application for this, but, and I'm just wondering, whether or not, if SPS in packaging these certain programs like TOU rates has or is contemplating something like that.
Yeah, so I can speak to within the TE plan, the TEP, so the transportation and electrification plan. In SPS, we do have an offering for, we refer to it as optimize my charge. The mechanics sound a little different than the other two utility you mentioned, in that it is not a holistic time of use rate. However, it's more of it's a program where the customer effectively agrees to, no matter when they plug in their car to charge, the charging won't start until a predetermined time period and it's an optional program, and the customer can choose sort of which window they want to have the default charging happening in. But it's outside, the moral of the story is it's outside of our current peak times. And instead of using a different rate structure for that, the program incentivizes the customer with an annual payment, right? So instead of saying, okay, if you charge your thing at 9 o'clock at night, it's 6 cents an hour instead of some other cost. We just say we'll give you X dollars per year to do it. And so it's accomplishing a similar concept of shifting that load out of our peak time, but it's using a different mechanism to do it. It's a pretty similar mechanism to what we have on our thermostat rewards program, which will give you or our saver switch program, which we used to have in SPS, where we'll give you a certain annual payment. And I think and I think as Ms. Tremmel alluded to, we're in sort of version kind of 1, and we're getting customers out there and educated. There are many reasons that we're rolling out, and we're proposing to roll out the advanced grid. But a lot of these programs are still kind of in that, I don't know if I call it infancy, but they're really targeted at a static shift away from a bulk system peak. But where they're going is really around getting more visibility and ultimately control at a much more localized level, whether that's at the transformer sitting outside your house, which you share with 5 to 10 neighbors, or the feeder or whatnot. If you take that optimize my charge program kind of out a few years, if we have a whole bunch of customers, if we have 5 or 6 customers that are all neighbors, that program might not be the best use for them, because that might start all their charging at the same time, right? It might not be bulk system peak, but it might be same time. And so that's where Aegis comes in, where we can identify in real time what the loads are at an individual customer's meter, but also at that local transformer, at that local feeder. And we can start to have a more dynamic view and say, okay, you and your 7 neighbors all have an EV. You're going to start at 10, you're going to start at midnight, you're going to start at 2, and as you get into even some of the further applications, we talked about distributed intelligence and that computing power on the meter. That computing power can potentially identify not just, hey, you plugged in your EV, but I know how much current your EV takes to charge given a certain state of the battery. And I know based on that, you only need to charge for an hour, or maybe you need to charge for 7. And so it's a whole nother level of visibility and ability to control things kind of at that far out edge of the grid that will help the infrastructure that we have. It was designed and built, when frankly we were in a simpler time, right? We other witnesses talked about how grid used to come from these central sources and flow out. Well, how many EVs were anticipated, back in the 70s and the 60s and even the 80s, right? And so the use of the grid, both from distributed resources adding power to the grid, as well as the types and timing of consumption of customer loads, is changing. And so we really need, if we want to avoid large distribution system capital expenditures for just upgrading transformers and feeders, if instead we want to better manage the loads, we need the visibility out there. And we don't need not just version 1.0 that Brooke talked about, but we need the meters that have sort of this embedded computing power and that ability to really digest these loads and figure out how to kind of best operate the system we have.
And I'm wondering if that's not the segue to my last question, which, in looking at your testimony on page 23, and the question posed at lines 2 and 3, can demand side management programs help customers be successful on TOU rates? And in lines 10 and 11, you say, in Xcel Energy's experience, TOU rates are more effective when coupled with DSM programs and solutions. And my question to you was why? And I'm wondering if part of your explanation that you just gave, and having the more granular data and actually being able to identify where the load is coming from, relates to that answer. Does it?
I think it does, yes. And I will say that not every customer is unique, but we have a lot of different types of customers, right? Mr. Gedko was opining yesterday about, wanting to know what energy was being consumed when and how he changed behavior right there. You're the customer I'd love to have, but unfortunately, he doesn't represent the majority of customers, right? Some customers are everybody on the call here is kind of an energy nerd, right? And I apologize if I offended everybody, but we all know a lot more about energy usage and how it works than the average customer, right? And so for some customers, just having that visibility will help. Other customers are going to need it digested for them, and may need a very simple call to action, right? And some customers will be motivated by price. Some customers will be motivated by carbon. Some customers, will be maybe not motivated. You brought up the dryer example. My wife and I are both full-time employed. We have 2 kids. The amount of time we have available to do laundry is a very small window, right? And so if I suggest to her that, hey, how about we just wait to do that load in the dryer until 9 o'clock at night? Her answer is, but then I can't do the other 2 loads I have to do tonight, right? And so sometimes customers are going to have the information and still going to choose to use the energy at the time that they need to, right? And at the end of the day, that's really what we're trying to do, is offer customers information and choices so that they're aware, they understand the consequences of their decision, and they can, shift their behavior as they see fit.
Yeah. However, on the other end of this spectrum is, I started feeling a bit queasy when you said, and potentially identify when the EV is plugged in and be able to tell based on the characteristics of the battery or something, how long it's only going to take an hour. And I'm like, whoa, that's way TMI for some people, don't you think?
Agree 100%. And that is why fundamentally all of our programs, we feel they should be optional, right? We're not in the business of compelling a customer or mandating they do something or another, right? And one of the largest challenges of my team is how do you convince a customer to do something that without your presence, they wouldn't necessarily do. And there are different methods for different customers and different levers. And some customers, frankly, don't want anything to do with it. And that's their choice, right? We go back to those principles I talked about, the strategic principles for Excel: lead the clean energy transition, enhance the customer experience, and keep bills low. It's a balance. There's a lot of things we do that can hit all three of those, but you're never gonna get every customer to participate in every program every time.
Very well, sir. That's all of the questions that I had for you. Ms. Lees, any redirect for Mr. Schoenheider?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Very well.
Madam Hearing Examiner, may I ask him a few questions since you?
I
Ask him
thought
about
you
the
might, Mr.
EMD?
Bartel. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Schoenheider, as a consumer and commercial energy efficiency marketing manager, are you responsible for getting into customer surveys to determine what SPS's customers are looking for and need?
I am responsible for some of the surveys, yes, and some of those are related to what customers need. Some of them are related to how they effectively what they think of our program offerings and whatnot.
So it would be useful and helpful for you in your position to know what your customers might be looking for, specifically in connection with improving their energy efficiency.
Absolutely.
When I was asking Mr. Remington about SPS's inquiries of its customers in this area, he told me he was unaware of any attempts to conduct a survey or just call some people who have multiple accounts, the customers have multiple accounts, to find out what they want or need. Are you aware of any initiatives in that area by SPS?
Initiatives, yes. I would point out a couple of options that customers have, specifically for input to our EE and load management programs. We do host public input events multiple times as we're developing each EE and load management program. Customers all the way from sort of residential to large industrials, as well as other stakeholders, are encouraged to attend and participate and give their feedback during those events.
So in response to one of the questions that the hearing examiner asked you, I think I heard you say that SPS didn't think it was sort of obligated or in its area of responsibility to devise an aggregated system for allowing customers of multiple accounts to download their data in a single aggregated fashion, because there's no standard for that. My question to you is, do you know that your customers who have multiple accounts are really going to be asking for different kinds of programs or not?
Let me rephrase the question I think I just heard you ask. Do I know if customers with multiple accounts are going to have different program preferences, are going to be asking for different types of programs?
Well, that was my understanding of what you were saying earlier, is that because there's no specific standard for aggregated data download under CMD, for instance, that the company didn't feel like it could build, I think your words were, build a program for a single customer. So my question is, do you know that your customers who have multiple accounts are looking for something different from what it is that, for instance, Walmart is suggesting would be helpful?
My experience tells me that if you ask the same large customer or multiple large customers the same questions, you would get a different answer. As examples, you know, the various energy efficiency and load management programs that we have, part of the reason, you know, we have sort of multiple is that there are different customer types with different customer wants. And there, you know, I don't think in this case there is any one size fits all answer for download my data.
But my question is, have you asked the question of your customers with multiple accounts?
Specifically, which question do you mean?
Have you asked your customers with multiple accounts whether they would find it beneficial under CMD, using the CMD portal, to obtain their multiple account data in an aggregated fashion? If you ask that question, that's all I'm asking you.
I don't think that is a feasible outcome, because the CMD portal, you said, would customers download their data through that portal in an aggregated fashion? That capability doesn't exist. Now, would they like a capability to exist? Possibly. And, you know, I think I would have to develop a standard in order to propose it to customers to see if they all agree with it. I don't think that's, I mean, the CMD standard, I think, would be a better route to go, right? Take your, I believe Walmart has a presence in more states than SPS. Is that accurate?
I'm gonna assume that's probably right. Yes.
Okay, I thought so. I wonder if that is a venue that might be more appropriate, is go to the organization that built the standard and say, hey, how about you build a standard for aggregating multiple premises? That might be a route that you could take that would be more successful in accomplishing your goal.
All right. So am I correct in understanding from your answers that you have not investigated this option and therefore haven't thought that it would be a good idea to even contact your customers with multiple accounts about it? Is that fair?
I have not directly asked my customers with multiple accounts if they would like a aggregated methodology or a tool that aggregates it.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bartel. Anybody have anything? Ms. Lynch?
I have one recross question.
Go ahead.
Mr. Schoenheider, this question goes to hearing examiner Hurst's inquiry about different customer classes and the grid. I am wondering, based upon your knowledge of load management, if implementing AMI should improve the grid for all customer classes.
So let me try. I think there's may have been confusion, or we may have not been as crisp on terms throughout the case. But when the company is referring to the grid and the benefits, I believe Ms. Trammell talked about the benefits to the grid from AMI, that is the distribution grid. And so the AMI upgrades that we're talking about here absolutely have advantages and benefits to all customers connected to the distribution grid. I believe you're asking if those benefits extend to customers that are transmission customers that are not on the distribution grid. Is that your question?
Yes, would benefits extend to transmission customers if you install AMI as proposed?
I don't think there will be direct benefits to transmission customers. I think that the benefits are, the direct benefits are really on the grid that we're talking about, which is the distribution grid.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lynch. Seeing nothing further, Mr. Getko?
Yeah, there's two categories, direct benefits and indirect benefits. Do I understand that correctly, Mr. Schoenheider?
There may be more than those two, but I was primarily talking about direct benefits, yes.
And was it you that testified to it, or Mr. Nickel, that grid modernization might allow for reverse flow from energy from the distribution system up to the transmission system? Is that correct?
I believe that topic was brought up by Mr. Nichols. I don't know if he made the causal relationship you're saying that it would allow it. I think it, the penetration of renewables is higher, and I do think that the installing the meters that have more visibility will facilitate that type of a thing without other grid upgrades. But I don't know that he specifically said the causation you insinuated.
Sorry, I thought it maybe was you. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay. Seeing no other questions. Mr. Schoenheider, thank you very much. You're excused, sir.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Have a good afternoon.
You too. And I believe we'll go ahead and take a 10-minute recess. We'll come back, and I believe SPS has another witness. Actually has two witnesses. And then, if I remember correctly from yesterday, we also need to get Ms. Lane in today. Is that correct, Mr. Getko?
That's correct, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Okay. All right. We're going to take a 10-minute recess. I have that it's 2:45. We'll come back at 2:55 and hear from more SPS witnesses. Thank you. We're recessed. Okay. I believe we are ready to come back from our recess. And just keep switching it up on me there. Hello there, Miss Hardy.
Good
Do you have another
afternoon.
witness?
We do, Madam Examiner. Our next witness is Ian Fetters.
There you are. Hello there, Mr. Fetters.
Good afternoon.
Allison, would you please swear the witness?
Mr. Fetters, would you raise your right hand for me, sir? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Miss
Please
Hardy.
state your name. Oh, thank you. Please state your full name for the record.
My name is Ian Fetters, IANFETTERS.
By whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by Excel Energy Services as a principal rate analyst.
Do you have in front of you a document that's marked as SPS Exhibit 13?
I do.
Can you please identify that document?
It is my direct testimony in this case.
Are the answers true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
They are.
And would your answers in the testimony be the same if you were asked those questions today?
It would.
Are there attachments to your direct testimony?
Yes, there is one attachment labeled ICF1.
Were your testimony and the attachment prepared by
You cut out on my screen.
Miss Hardy, you're frozen.
Mr. Fetters?
Couldn't hear you. Go ahead,
I
Miss
think you were
Hardy.
frozen for a moment.
I think ask the question again.
Okay, I think we were frozen. Let me ask you the question again, Mr. Fetters. Were your testimony and attachments prepared by you or under your direct supervision and control?
They were.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I move the admission of SPS Exhibit 13.
Mr. Fetters, did you have any additions, corrections, or deletions to your testimony?
No, I did not.
Any objection to what's been identified as SPS Exhibit 13, Mr. Fetters' direct testimony as affirmed by him here today? Hearing no objection, SPS Exhibit 13 is admitted.
Thank you.
Ms. Hardy?
Mr. Fetters, do you have in front of you a document that's marked as SPS Exhibit 14?
I do.
Can you identify that document, please?
That is my rebuttal testimony in this case.
Are the answers in your rebuttal testimony true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
They are.
And would your answers to the questions in your rebuttal testimony be the same if you were asked those questions today?
They would.
Was your rebuttal testimony prepared by you or under your direct supervision and control?
Yes, it was.
Madam Examiner, I move the admission of SPS Exhibit 14.
Any objection to what's been identified as SPS Exhibit 14, Mr. Fetters' rebuttal testimony as affirmed by him here today? Hearing no objection, SPS Exhibit 14 is admitted. Ms.
Thank
Hardy?
you. I have no further questions for Mr. Fetters. He is available for cross-examination.
Very well. I believe the first party that had reserved time for Mr. Fetters was WRA. So, Ms. Beatles, you have questions for Mr. Fetters?
Not anymore. They have been answered by other witnesses. Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Very well. Mr. Getko, I believe you reserved time for Mr. Fetters.
I did. Thank you.
Go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Fetters.
Good afternoon.
You are sponsoring the proposed revenue requirement associated with the grid modernization program in this application, correct?
That's correct.
I just want to discuss a little bit the mechanics of the company's proposal.
Sure.
Thank you. The company is proposing that the GMR include capital costs associated with the new investment, O&M associated with the new investment, and accelerated depreciation on the legacy meters, correct?
That's correct.
There's attachment ICF-1, which I believe is to your direct testimony.
Yes.
On page 2, the company shows the calculation of the revenue requirement for 2023 through 2026 in line 50, correct?
It does.
And in 2023, it shows a revenue requirement of, rounding a bit, $3.47 million. Is that correct?
Approximately. Yes.
When does the company propose to begin charging that amount?
So under the company's proposal, the 2023 revenue requirement would begin being collected on January 1st of 2023, and it would be recovered across the entirety of 2023 and ultimately would be trued up to actual amounts for 2023 in August of 2024.
Okay, thank you. And that, we'll get there. The 2023 revenue requirement of approximately $3.47 million includes $10.64 million of new investment. And I'm getting that from line 2, page 1, under the 2023 column. Is that correct?
I apologize. Say the number again.
I rounded to $10.64 million.
Yes, that's approximately correct. Yes.
And you already answered my next question. There's a true up of the actual versus the estimated 2023 revenue requirement that will be conducted in August 2024, correct?
That's correct. So for this particular line item, if the plant balance for 2023 came in a little higher than the 10.64 million estimated there, say 11 million, that 400,000 difference would be trued up in August of 2024.
And my notes said October 2024. I'm guessing I'm wrong. Can you verify just?
Sure. It's so the true up would be calculated and sort of presented in August of 2024 as part of the sort of annual filing associated with the GMR. And that true up amount would ultimately be included. It would be recovered or refunded to customers in the rate billed in calendar 2025, which we will assemble and present in the October 1st filing. So we calculate the true up for the previous year in August and then sort of implement it in October, you could say.
All right, that's super helpful. And so.
Wait just one second, Mr. Getko. So, Mr. Fetters, does that mean that you would be collecting the 2023 rate from, if it were approved in January of 2023, you would collect it the whole year of 2023 and then up to and including the part of 2024 until your new rate was approved?
So we would, Mr. Luth designs the rates for 2023 to collect that $3.4 million over the course of 2023. Beginning in 2024, we would begin billing a different rate to reflect the costs anticipated to be incurred in 2024. So in this instance, we would design the 2024 rate to recover that 6.7 million we see on line 50 of my attachment ICF1.
But do you know specific time periods rather than just saying, I mean, isn't your GMR writer gonna continue at a certain collection until it's changed?
It will, and we are essentially proposing to change the rate in a filing made in October every year for the following year. So in October of 2023, we would file a proposed new rate to begin billing on January 1st, 2024.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Getko.
And just to kind of clarify one aspect of that, there'd be rates that were estimated. There were rates that would be collected 3.4 million in 2023. August of 2024, you perform the calculations for the true up of what the actual versus the estimated costs for 2023 were. Then in October 24, you include that calculation as part of your annual filing. And then the actual true up amount would start to be included in the rates beginning January 2025, correct?
That's right. So suppose in this instance, we're showing about 3.4 million forecasted to, we're showing about $3.4 million of forecasted costs in 2023. Suppose it comes in at 3.6 million. So we would have a $200,000 surcharge for a true up. And so the rate we bill and ultimately collect for 2025 would be increased by that $200,000 difference plus an associated carrying charge. So in this instance, that 7.3 million shown on line 50 for 2025 would be bumped up to something like 7.5 million.
Do you know exactly how many months that the 3.4 would be collected in 2023?
Under the company's initial proposal, it would be recovered over the course of all 12 months, depending on the timing of the outcome of this case. That implementation could be later than we initially anticipated, but I can't really place a month on that.
And will you continue to collect the 3.4 into 2024 until the rate is changed?
We would continue collecting on the 3.4 million until the rate is changed, but we anticipate to file to change that rate in October of 2023 to be effective in January 2024. So under the proposed timeline, we would only be collecting on that 3.4 million through the end of 2023, and then that rate would be updated.
Okay, thank you.
So now I want to just focus in a little bit on the actual revenue requirement versus
Okay.
the estimated. So in determining the actual 2023 revenue requirement, would the company calculate that 2023 revenue requirement based on average actual plant balances during 2023? Or would it just calculate a total annual actual revenue requirement based on the plant in service at December 31st, 2023?
We would true up to the actual plant end balance for the end of 2023. And I discussed that on page 8 of my direct testimony.
What line are you on? I'm sorry.
Page 8, lines 12 through 14.
Okay, so the capital costs included in rate base will use a plant ending balance methodology.
Correct.
And so, am I correct to understand a plant ending balance methodology means that you calculate your actual 2023 revenue requirement based on the actual plant balances in service at December 31st, 2023?
That's correct.
Okay. So the revenue requirement that you have calculated for 2023 includes all plant in service that's estimated to go into service in 2023, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So ratepayers, to look at it another way, would be paying a full year of return on all plant that is completed and placed into service by December 31st of each year, correct?
That's correct. Plant placed into service at any time in the year would be included in the revenue requirement and the true up.
Okay. Okay, so going back to attachment ICF-1 and on page 1, and we already went over this, we confirmed that the company projects a total plant additions of $10.64 million approximately in 2023. So let's assume that the company put all $10.64 million into service on January 1st, 2023, and compare that to if all that plant, $10.64 million worth, was put into service on December 31st, 2023. So the first day of the year versus the last. Would your revenue requirement calculation be the same under both of those scenarios?
I don't think either of those scenarios is particularly likely, but yes, for the plant and service component specifically, the revenue requirement would be the same, regardless of when the plant was placed into service in the calendar year.
So we'd pay a full, ratepayer would pay a full year's return on the plant, even though some of that plant, like you just said, it wouldn't be very likely that it would all be installed on January 1st, 2023, it's more likely that it's spread out through the year. So, but ratepayers would pay a full year's return on plant, even though a portion of that plant was not in service for a full year. Am I understanding correctly?
That is an accurate characterization of the plant and balance methodology, yes.
Okay. Do you know how soon after a meter is installed, the meter will be used to bill a customer?
I don't know the exact timing.
Maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe I should, because if you have a meter that's installed on December 31st, but it's not actually used to bill customers, would that meter be considered to be in service for purposes of the true up for December 31st for that year?
I'm not sure. I think Mr. Moeller would have a more decisive answer on that. I'm not sure exactly when they consider a meter placed into service.
Okay. Do you know if the company plans to charge ratepayers a full year of depreciation expense on all plant that does go into service during the year? Or would depreciation expense be prorated depending on when the plant actually went into service?
The depreciation expense under the company's proposal would be based on the actual 12 months of depreciation expense incurred throughout the year. I don't know if prorated is the exact right term. It would line up with the actual company's books and records, but yes, it would be the sort of actual depreciation expense incurred throughout the year.
But under your proposal, does that mean that ratepayers would be charged a full year of depreciation expense on all plant that goes into service during the year?
They would not. Just 1 second, let me look at the exhibit in some detail real quick. No, they would not pay a full year's worth of depreciation expense on each piece of plant that is in service throughout the year.
So if a piece of plant went into service on August 1st of 2023, well, let me make it July 1st of 2023, because that's right at the 6-month period during the year. Would a ratepayer only pay half a year of depreciation expense on that plant item?
Yes, they would pay 6 months of depreciation. The depreciation reserve that's included in rate base would be reflective of the year-end sort of the total accumulation over the course of the year, consistent with how the plant balance is treated. But the depreciation expense itself would be, in this instance, 6 months.
Okay. And that being consistent with, I won't go back there. We already covered it. It was that methodology you spoke of, correct?
Yes, the plant end balance methodology.
Thank you. Changing lines of questions just a little bit. I don't know if this is appropriate for you, sir, but do you know how many meter readers the company currently has?
No, I do not.
Okay. Sorry, I should have edited that. Then turning to page 7 of your rebuttal testimony, which is SPS Exhibit 14.
I'm there.
Faster than me. Well, I can do it from my question. At line 14, it seems that you agree with Ms. Crane's assumption that SPS will file frequent rate cases. And I say that because there's a quote, Ms. Crane acknowledges that SPS files base rate filings frequently. And so I took that acknowledgement to be a seeming agreement on your part that SPS will file frequent rate cases. Is that fair?
Generally, I would say that's a fair characterization.
Okay. And then you claim as a result of that, the way I understand it, there's no need to reflect cost savings resulting from the AMI program in the rider. Is that correct?
That is one of the reasons it's not appropriate to include cost savings in the rider.
Okay. And then if we go to page 8 of the rebuttal testimony still. There is a statement on lines 3 through 7 that there is expected to be volatility in O&M expenses as the grid modernization components are being implemented. And that is why the cost, but not the savings, should flow through the rider. Is that correct?
That's right. Mr. Nickel would be able to talk about the O&M expenses in more detail, but just generally speaking, as we are sort of implementing the GMR programs, there will be sort of a rapid ramp up of O&M expense associated with the GMR that begins in 2023 and increases substantially in the next couple of years. And then make sure I have this correct. This does begin sort of tampering down after that in 2026. So we see a lot of volatility there, and to bake a sort of single amount for that O&M expense into base rates would be would not be reflective of the sort of movements of O&M expense over the course of the GMR implementation.
And in the specific language that on line 4 there was that you stated that quote they quote will fluctuate and increase significantly during implementation of the components, end quote. Correct?
That's right.
So if we go over to page 19 of your direct testimony, which is SPS Exhibit 13.
I'm there.
And looking at that table, and we go to the O&M line, would you agree that the direct O&M costs, excluding shared assets, are relatively stable from 2023 through 2026?
I would not agree with that characterization. For instance, from 2023 to 2024, we see a jump in O&M expense from about $486,000 to about $689,000. On a percentage basis, that movement is I would have to do the math, but it's upwards of 40%, approaching 50%. And then from 2025 to 2026, we're seeing a drop from about $625,000 to about $439,000, which again, on a percentage basis is a very substantial drop in O&M costs. So there are significant fluctuations there over the years.
But that $439,834 is a decrease from $486,736, right?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Okay, thank you for that. And well, 486 to 689, if we cut that in half, 240 on top of 486 would be 686, 726. So yeah, somewhere around 40%, maybe. I didn't think it was getting close to 50%. Is that fair?
If it would help, I could take a few seconds to do the math to get a more precise number there. I have a calculator here.
Sure. I don't know if it helps or not, but I went there, so let's just do it. It's for the record. I got scared even when I estimated at the start. I can see your precision for numbers. So
from 2023 to 24, I'm calculating approximately a 41.5% increase in O&M expense.
all right, thank you. On a little bit different note now, is it your understanding that the Attorney General is not opposed to flowing the shared asset costs through the rider, because those shared asset costs relate to capital items?
Yes, my understanding is that the Attorney General agrees with including the shared asset cost in the rider, but disagrees on sort of which rate of return should be used for that shared asset.
Okay, thanks. And I'm getting close here. I just want to go back to the mechanics of the rider and the timing one more time. And I have it marked, and I edited it today, so I hope I'm correct. On page 10 of your rebuttal testimony,
I'm there.
You state, and I'm down at line 16 through 17, you state that there could be a 2-year difference between when a true-up is calculated and when it is recovered, correct?
That's correct. So in this instance, we're talking about the 2023 true up, which ultimately would be calculated in August 2024 and then implemented in the rate for calendar 2025.
And you believe it is reasonable to apply the weighted average cost of capital as an interest or carrying charge to any true-up balance, is that correct?
I believe that applying the weighted average cost of capital is appropriate for the carrying cost on the true-up balance we are proposing in this GMR.
That's fair, thank you. Would you agree that rate base is generally considered to consist of assets with long lives?
I don't know the precise definition of long lives, but I think generally that is a fair characterization. There are some short-term items that can be included in rate base, but generally we are talking about planned and depreciation on planned and sort of longer term items along those lines.
Okay. And do you know what the average composite depreciation rate is for SPS's utility assets?
No, I do not. I think Mr. Mueller would have more insight into that number.
Hopefully, can I ask, and you could redirect me, do you think it's likely to be greater than 20 years?
I don't know.
Okay.
I would defer to Mr. Mueller on that as well.
And maybe it's from when I visited with Mr. Mueller, and perhaps, I don't know if you were in attendance at that point. Did you hear that the legacy meters still have 28.89 years of depreciable life left when we consider the sum total average of all of those legacy meters?
Yes, I listened to Mr. Mueller's testimony yesterday and I recall that conversation.
Okay. And given your experience, are you aware that the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission has generally used the discounted cash flow, or the DCF method, to determine the weighted average cost of capital in base rate cases?
I am not an expert on setting ROE. I know, very generally speaking, DCF is one of several methodologies they consider, but the details of how all those methodologies are weighted and what specific considerations go into that, I'm not an expert on.
Okay. Are you, I appreciate that. Are you generally familiar with the DCF methodology in and of itself?
Very, very generally.
Okay. Do you know that if it's true that the DCF methodology is based on an assumption that the utility will effectively continue to operate and that dividends will continue to grow indefinitely?
Mr. Getko, I think ROE testimony is beyond the scope of this witness's purview. Can you tell me what you're trying to get to?
Trying to get to an understanding of what would be the correct return on the regulatory asset. And I think that's why it's mixed a little bit, because unfortunately I've gone over into trying to understand ROE to compare it to the shorter time period of the true-up mechanism, the asset that we're dealing with.
Well, since you've reached the end of your initial request of 35 minutes, maybe you should just ask him the question directly.
Well, yeah, unfortunately, I wasn't trained to do it that way. Sorry. I only have 3 more small questions, and I have an exhibit for it, and it was simply whether Mr. Fetters was familiar with what the most recent Treasury yields are for a 2-year Treasury bond. And
Mr. Fetter?
No, I'm not.
I included an exhibit for reference, which is NMAG Exhibit 4. I don't know if, Madam Hearing Examiner, if you'd like to do what you've taken to be your standard here, which is sharing your screen with it.
Madam Examiner, I'm going to object. I do think this is beyond the scope of Mr. Fetter's testimony, and he's already testified that he's not familiar with these amounts and that he's not an expert on ROE.
Mr. Getko?
Mr. Fetters has shown that has knowledge with respect to the weighted average cost of capital. And I would expect that having knowledge of the weighted average cost of capital, he would understand how capital markets and interest rates often depend upon the Treasury rates. And if that would be fair.
Why didn't you ask him that question, Mr. Getko? He said he's not familiar with the Treasury rates. So go ahead and ask him your next question.
I'm sorry, are you familiar with Treasury rates generally, Mr. Fetters, as opposed to my previous specific question as to the most recent Treasury yields for a 2-year Treasury bond?
Again, very, very generally. It has been a long time since I took a finance class. I know the sort of individual components of the weighted average cost of capital, but I would not be able to get into details on the specific makeup of those components.
Okay, and in finance school, and I'm trying to wind this down, were Treasury rates an element that went into determining returns on investments?
It would be.
Then I'd just simply like to, since you have that historical knowledge of Treasury rates, would you feel comfortable if I were to show you a chart of the Treasury rates? Would you be able to identify what a 2-year Treasury rate is on a U.S. government official posting of those Treasury rates?
For what purpose?
To understand what a benchmark might be for a 2-year investment, considering our prior discussions in this cross-examination regarding the duration of true-ups.
Madam Examiner, I apologize. I was going to object. I don't think that having familiarity with the weighted average cost of capital generally means that Mr. Fetters is an expert on capital markets.
I'm going to let him answer, for what relevance, if any, this line of questioning has.
Can we present that exhibit to the screen then?
Yes, sir.
And, I did the same thing here. Maybe if we scroll down to the last page, Madam Hearing Examiner, just so folks see where this was taken from. It's difficult not being in person, so I wanted to make it readable, but this page here shows the website. If you go up just a little bit there, a little bit more there, home.treasury.gov. And then actually it's pretty readable if you want to scroll down. So on those par yield curve rates, is it a correct reading that the 2-year rate as of December 8th was 4.31%? Mr. Fetters?
I have not visited this particular URL before. I'm not super familiar with how the Treasury websites present this information, but just based on the information here on the screen, that does look like a correct reading for the 2-year on December 8th.
I appreciate that, and appreciate the thoroughness of all your answers. So thank you to everybody for this cross-examination. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are you finished, Mr. Getko?
I am.
Very well. I believe, Mr. Pagatko, you reserve time for examination, cross-examination of Mr. Fetters.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I did reserve 7 minutes for Mr. Fetters, but it's no longer necessary. Thank you, Mr. Fetters.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Fetters. I just have a couple of questions for you. And I guess I will start off with my question on page 14 of your direct testimony, under the category at line 6, GMR true-up process. And the question posed at line 7 and 8, how will SPS adjust and update the GMR revenue requirement to ensure the GMR recovers the actual amount of eligible costs incurred? And after reading that testimony, specifically beginning on line 11, SPS proposes to revise its projected revenue requirement annually with a filing to the Commission on or before October 1st to reflect the forecasted revenue requirement for the upcoming calendar year beginning on January 1st for any over or under recovery. That's your testimony, sir?
That's right. And that's I was discussing an example of that with Mr. Getko earlier.
And so I just didn't see any other detail in your testimony about the actual mechanics of this filing. Do you have any information on what would be included in that filing somewhere else in your testimony, or can you provide me with that information? Do you understand my question?
I believe I do. I don't have more information on what sort of the procedural components would look like in a compliance filing for the GMR. I believe Ms. Trammell would probably be able to speak to that in more detail from like what sort of specific exhibits would be presented, what sort of you know, text or notice or any of that sort of stuff would come along with the compliance filing on October 1st.
Well, and let's
I-
just stop there. You're calling it a compliance filing. What do you call what you're going to file in August?
So I might have misstated. The August filing to present the actual true up information would be more akin to a compliance filing. It would show the actual costs incurred in the previous calendar year, compare that to the estimate, and then present the difference as the true up amount. The October 1st filing would be presenting a projected revenue requirement. I imagine sort of similar to the format in my attachment ICF1, showing what the company anticipates to incur in costs for the next calendar year, along with the true up, including the carrying charge on the amount from the August filing. And that would be then converted into rates and a tariff, which would ultimately be billed to customers, as Mr. Luth could talk about in more detail.
Great. So I just want to make sure we're talking the same thing. And I think you've clarified that the August filing is more, in SPS's view, a compliance filing, whereas the October filing is actually a request or application to change the GMR revenue requirement and new rate, isn't it?
That's accurate.
But as far as any type of documentation or testimony, you don't have information on what would be included in that particular filing?
I do not.
And you don't have an opinion on what type of notice or process would be appropriate to consider that application or writer or revenue requirement information for the next year?
I don't. I do think Ms. Trammell would be able to speak to that more thoroughly, as she is much more connected with the sort of regulatory and filing side of the process than I am in my current role.
Well, you do say on page 19 of your testimony, with the question posed at line 2, how is SPS proposing to recover the 2023 revenue requirement, and you cite the statute, section 62.813, authorizing the commission to suspend a proposed tariff rider within 30 days and requiring the commission to issue a decision within 180 days thereafter. The 2023 revenue requirement is calculated based on the full calendar year. That's your testimony?
Yes, it is.
So you seem to know some things about proposed tariff riders and the process, but not information on others, correct?
I think that's fair. In this specific Q&A in my testimony, I was talking specifically about the sort of timeline leading up to the first implementation of the GMR rider and the revenue requirement. So we filed this case in July, and based on section 62.813, anticipated to ultimately get a decision within 180 days. And so the revenue requirement I developed that we see in my testimony is based on calendar year costs for 2023, anticipated to be recovered from customers over the entirety of 2023.
But if you cite a statutory suspension for a tariff in a hearing that I have, Mr. Fetters, I'm going to ask you about the process.
I understand.
So you can't parse it and say, oh, well, yeah, there's a statute that talks about a suspension period, but then not tell me how you propose to have that application considered. I guess I would also note for the record that since these were beginning cases, it's my understanding that the commission disagreed with your interpretation, at least for the initial application in this case. And if you look at item 15 of the commission's initial order in this case, that was issued on August 3rd, on page 8, the commission did in fact suspend the advice notice in this case. And the commission found that since the advice notice covers proposed programs which were not yet approved by the commission, the suspension of the advice notice was not limited to 180 days.
I do not
But
have
I'm
that
always
order in front of me, but I understand.
always interested to know exactly what the process is, and have actually recommended to the commission. There were some arguments made in the EPE grid mod case about how the proposed true up and new grid rider request should be processed, that the company proposed, that I disagreed with. And people like to make comparisons sometimes to energy efficiency and renewable cases because they have riders too. However, all comparisons and applications, as we know, are not necessarily appropriate. And I'm a firm believer in making sure that we give adequate legal notice on all of our processes. And so as much information as I can glean from the parties on what type of process says that they foresee as being appropriate in this case, I'm definitely want to hear those.
Madam Examiner, I wanted to
Ms.
just mention-
Hardy,
Thank you. I wanted to mention that we'd be happy to bring back Ms. Trammell if you would like to talk with her about the filing and what it would include from a regulatory perspective.
and I don't recall at this very moment, Ms. Least, does Ms. Trammell have a section in her direct testimony where she addressed this? Or would her testimony be in the nature of a supplement, an oral supplement here at the hearing?
I think it's within the scope of her policy testimony and what the filing involves, but so I think it's within the scope of what she's already testified to. I think it's clarification on the process.
Okay, that didn't answer my question. I
Sorry.
just wondered, did she specifically say in her written direct testimony or supplement or rebuttal, did she say, here's how we propose to file this and here's who we intend on giving notice to, et cetera, et cetera?
I don't think it's in that level of detail.
Okay. Well, we might have to bring her back then if SPS wants me to consider whatever process is that they're asking the commission to approve.
Thank you.
For that. Mr. Petters, just so I'm clear, page 8 of your rebuttal testimony, you're answering the question posed at the bottom of 6, where you're responding to Attorney General Witness Crane recommendation. And at the bottom of page 8, beginning at line 15, and as discussed by Ms. Trammell, SPS is amenable to adopting Ms. Crane's recommendation that the GMR be reset to 0 at the conclusion of a rate case, as long as the costs were in the rider and that were previously approved in SPS's grid modernization filing are not litigated in the rate case. That's your testimony?
Yes, it is.
So is the short answer yes?
Yes, we would be amenable to rolling in the GMR and resetting the rider to 0 with the conclusion of a rate case.
And for clarification purposes, on page 9 of your testimony, where you're summarizing the GMR true up process, you say at line 14, after the conclusion of each year, the GMR is effective, an annual true up will be used to reconcile the projected revenue requirement for the previous year to the actual revenue required for the same year.
That's right.
That's your testimony?
Yes, it is.
So And when you're saying projected revenue requirement, you're just talking about the projected revenue requirement for the grid modernization project, correct?
That's correct. So the revenue requirement associated with the GMR and the rate that we were billing for the GMR.
Further on page 10, where you're talking about interest or carrying costs on the true up adjustment, which is the question posed at line 3 and 4, you begin your answer on line 5. As discussed in my direct testimony, SPS is proposing to include a symmetrical carrying cost. And then parenthesis interest, in parenthesis, on the true up adjustment balance, both over and under, based on the after-tax weighted average cost of capital used to calculate the actual revenue requirement. That's your testimony?
Yes, it is.
Can you just define for me a symmetrical carrying cost?
Sure. So that basically means that it would be applied either in the case of an over recovery or an under recovery. So if we projected to incur $10 million of costs in 2024, but actually incurred $9 million, then that $1 million difference would be refunded to customers along with a carrying cost at the weighted average cost of capital. If instead we projected 10 million of costs but actually incurred 11 million, then the 1 million surcharge would be charged to customers along with a carrying charge at the weighted average cost of capital. So the carrying charge is consistent for essentially either side of what occurs in the true up.
So basically it just means that you're going to apply the same rate whether it's over or under.
That's right.
Tell me the reason why, if you begin collecting your 2023 costs in the GMR, you do your true up filing in August of 2023, you apply in October of 2023 for a new GMR rate to be utilized in 2024. Why that can't include the true up from August of 2023? Or can it?
So I apologize, I got a little lost in dates there. Let me try to
well, here's what I'm trying to figure out.
Sure.
You have testified in your testimony and in response to Mr. Getko's questions that any true up of the 2023 GMR is not going to occur till 2025. Correct?
That's right.
And I'm just wondering why it can't occur in 2024. If your first true up and your first revision in October of 2023 is going to occur for 2024.
So we won't, by August of 2023, we won't have the actual cost for calendar 2023 yet. So we would not be able to do a true up until the August of the next year when the books have been closed and we know what those actual costs are.
Okay, that's what I thought, but it's your testimony, so I appreciate that. That's all the questions I have for you, Mr. Fetters. Ms. Hardy, any redirect?
I just have a couple, Madam Examiner.
Go ahead.
Okay. Mr. Fetters, does SPS finance its investments with its WACC or with the short-term treasury note rate?
It finances its investments with the WACC. There is both a debt component and an equity component to the overall cost of capital.
And is the way SPS finances its investments related to the life of the investments or assets as opposed to the term, in this context, a true-up period?
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
Is the way SPS finances its investments related to the life of the investments or the assets as opposed to the term of, in this context, a true-up period?
It would be related to the assets themselves as they are placed into service.
Thank you. Those are all of my questions.
Anything further for Mr. Fetters? Hearing nothing. You're excused, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Just because I want to make sure that we get the witness in the time that constraint that we have today. Mr. Getko, is your witness available?
I'm sure she is. I can reach out to her. I have, from the cross-examination with Mr. Fetters just now, he put one question towards Mr. Moeller, and it's, well, he put two, but I'm interested in just asking one. But I noticed on the sheet too that today is also the last day that Mr. Moeller is available. And I know
That changed yesterday, and yesterday was his, that's why we moved him up yesterday, I thought.
So I'll,
Not available.
What should I do when a witness has redirected a question to another individual, but that witness is no longer available?
Well, I think you're kind of out of luck there, Mr. Getko, unless that happens.
I suppose I could issue a discovery request still at this stage.
Well, normally discovery cutoff is before the hearing. I suppose you could consider whether or not SPS has offered to bring Ms. Trammell back with respect to the processes of how the true up and the actual new rider process is going to work, which I think is important to the hearing. I guess you might consider whether or not you can get any deferred question answered, but unfortunately, that happens sometimes.
Okay.
Looks like Miss Lane is available in the waiting room. And again, in consideration of trying to accommodate the witnesses' schedules, I am going to take the Attorney General's witness out of order. So I'm going to admit Ms. Lane. Hello there, Ms. Lane.
Hello.
There you are. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Allison, if you would swear the witness, please.
Ms. Lane, would you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Getko, you have a witness.
Yes, the Office of the Attorney General would like to call Miss Courtney Lane. Good
Go
afternoon.
ahead, sir.
Good afternoon, Miss Lane.
Good afternoon.
Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Sure, it's Courtney Lane, Courtney. Last name is Lane.
And who do you work for and what are your duties?
I'm a principal associate with Synapse Energy Economics. In that capacity, I provide expert consulting services on matters pertaining to utility regulation, grid modernization plans, utility filings for distributed energy resources.
Right. And do you have what I've titled NMAG Exhibit 2, your direct testimony, in front of you?
I do.
And do you recognize that as your direct testimony in this case?
I do.
And did you prepare it or direct its preparation?
I did.
Are there any changes or corrections you would like to make at this time?
No.
Okay. And if I asked you the same questions today under oath, would you give the same answers?
I would.
And are these answers true and correct to the best of your belief?
They are.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I request that NMAG Exhibit 2, direct testimony of Courtney Lane, be admitted into the record.
Any objection to what's been identified as NMAG Exhibit 2, Ms. Lane's direct testimony as affirmed by her here today? Hearing no objection, NMAG Exhibit 2 is admitted. Mr. Getko?
Thank you. The Office of the Attorney General tenders Ms. Crane for cross-examination.
Very well. I do not show on my sheet, and people can let me know if I'm wrong, but I don't see that anybody reserved time for Ms. Lane's testimony. So I have a few questions for you, Ms. Lane, and I guess I want to start off with were you listening with regard, it was yesterday, I believe, with Mr. Remington's rebuttal testimony?
Yes.
And for the record, Mr. Remington, on page 8 of his rebuttal testimony, there was a question posed at lines 9 and 10. Are the data fields identified in Ms. Lane's Appendix B currently available to SPS customers through green button? And so Mr. Remington had a response, and he requested to strike that response and basically change it to the word yes. And similarly, on page 9 of Mr. Remington's rebuttal testimony, the question posed at lines 1, can SPS provide the data fields identified in Ms. Lane's Appendix B? And that answer, lines 2 through 7 were also stricken, and he substituted the word yes. So, Ms. Lane, are you familiar with that testimony and the resulting yes and yes?
Yes, I was very pleased to hear that yesterday.
And that was going to be my question. What's your response to SPS being willing to provide the information that you've requested in your Appendix B?
I think it's very beneficial. Our opinion is that customers own their energy data, and the ability of Green Button Connect to be able to automatically transfer all those data fields to potential third parties that might be able to provide them with energy services. Having the full data set available to those parties can help enhance the savings opportunities to customers.
So that leads me to your testimony. And I'm wondering, in your summary of your conclusion bullet points. What changes, if any, did SPS agree to subsequent to the filing of your direct testimony? Were we just talking about bullet point 6 through on line 6 through 8 of page 4?
Yes, so 6 through 8, I feel that the company has addressed that, and bullet points related to line 17 and 18, and then turning to page 5, lines 1 and 2 related to performance metrics, the company has also addressed those concerns.
Okay, so two less things for you to dispute then with regard to or I don't know, I guess I don't want to say it that way. Those 2 bullet points were suggestions that you made that the company has agreed to.
Correct.
Okay, but you still are maintaining that the company's application is deficient in other ways, correct?
Correct. I continue to be concerned about the lack of commitment to marketing and promoting and developing time of use rates, the lack of commitment to specifically with relation to timelines, and agreement to develop certain demand response programs and efficiency offerings, and a lack of a holistic long-term plan related to enabling the functionalities related to the full capabilities of that distributed intelligence meter.
Did you have any agreement or potential understanding based on the company's testimony, especially testimony today, about why certain functionality might not be available now with this offering, or why the company might be reluctant to go ahead and agree to certain things, make certain commitments before they saw how this offering was going to work out?
Only specific to the demand response programs that were addressed. For some of those offerings, I could see why they would want to wait. Regarding, things like the behavioral demand response, so their insights program, that seems like something they could commit to deploying along with AMI installation. A key issue I have with just the statement that they do intend to examine future energy efficiency or demand response offerings is, it would be helpful to have a commitment that we will hold a certain amount of stakeholder meetings, as I understand they did with their Colorado sister utility, Piesco. Really, the concern is that there's a lot of purported benefits of these customer-facing opportunities with the enhanced access to energy data. However, there's nothing to hold the utility accountable for actually following through with that. Not to say that they don't intend to or have best intentions there, but as someone that's looking out for the residential customers, ensuring that they actually receive these benefits, it would be great to see some sort of something within this application that holds them accountable for taking specific actions or filing some sort of report indicating they investigated this, the reasons why it wasn't included, what they intend to invest in the future. I want to make sure that these benefits are realized and that customers do have the opportunity to take advantage of what these meters provide.
Excuse me, you have some feedback and a very loud tunnel type. Can you maybe turn your mic down? That would help.
Okay. Is that any better?
I don't hear the feedback. Let's try it.
Okay, sorry about that.
I thought I read in the testimony that they had agreed to two type of outreach meetings. You don't recall seeing that?
I don't recall off the top of my head. If they did agree to it, that's part of an action I would like to see.
Do you have any sympathy or understanding for SPS's assertion that the small part of the load in their service area in New Mexico is residential, and that just based upon all of their business and primarily the oil and gas customers, that SPS's New Mexico service area is unique to that of other utilities, and particularly other Xcel affiliates?
I do, but these customers are paying for these meters, so I believe they should have access to those programs. In particular, if these are programs that SPS or Xcel is implementing across jurisdictions, there's opportunities for cost share. We saw that with some of the testimony about Green Button Connect. So there's a way to find economies of scale to bring those programs to a smaller set of residential customers.
Did you hear today, I believe it was Mr. Nickel testified that that basically the HON, as I understood it, the HON functionality is already there, and I guess waiting for the AMI to be installed?
Yes, that was a helpful clarification. We had asked in discovery timing related to the bring your own device capabilities. So it's great to hear that that is underway and could soon be implemented in New Mexico. I look forward to hopefully learning about stakeholder meetings that SPS has with potential third parties similar to what they had in Colorado, to tell them about New Mexico as well, to ensure that anything that's being developed for Colorado could also be used with the HON in New Mexico.
Is there any distinction to you that when you refer to programs in Colorado, that PSCO is both an electric and gas provider, unlike SPS in New Mexico?
No, and particularly not as it relates to grid modernization, which primarily affects the electric distribution system.
But I just recall one of the witnesses today talking about, and it had to do, I'm assuming, with like some kind of space heating option.
Oh, yes, the heat saver program. And absolutely, there's some efficiency programs that would not be applicable depending, climate, customer basis, or customer segment, type of heating for fuel, type of fuel used for heating, things like that.
Well, and actually for SPS's service territory in New Mexico, it'd probably be more useful to have instead of a heat sharing and air conditioning sharing, because isn't that what their peak is during their cooling season?
Yeah, and that's another great opportunity to use AMI and to potentially develop a time of use rate that coordinates with the peak and could remotely control customers' HVAC system. There's a lot of opportunity there for summer peak as well related to cooling.
But not to the extent where it controls their air conditioning and they have the difficulty, I believe, that was pointed out in Colorado recently.
Yes, definitely important to make sure that the program is designed correctly and customers are aware of what's happening and what control they have.
And just so that I can make sure that I understand, because obviously in your testimony beginning on page 13 and then continuing on through page 17, you're a lot more familiar with green button and than I am. Do you agree with the characterization that an explanation that was given by SPS earlier today with regard to what green button is and how it's utilized?
Yes.
Do you have any trepidation based upon your knowledge and experience of both the customer base for of the New Mexico utilities, that there's actually going to be the interest in the utilization of HON and green button in New Mexico that there might be elsewhere?
So I'm not sure if I'm permitted to reference PNM's filing at all here, but I just reviewed some of the customer surveys that they provided in relation to what customers were interested in and control of their energy usage. And it did seem that there was interest there. We've heard from Walmart's representation today that they are interested in these types of programs. And I really think it comes down to how are you engaging with your customers? What are you messaging to them? What type of outreach are you providing to them to help them understand what's available to help them manage and save money?
So you don't have necessarily, you heard the testimony from SPS today where they're talking about, I was sort of joking with the SPS witness about having he testified as to the ability to actually know how long the EV battery was going to charge. Did you hear that testimony?
I did.
And you were a witness in the EPE grid mod case, weren't you?
Yes.
Case 21-00269.
Mhm.
And there was some testimony in that case from one of the interveners that perhaps, at least in that service area in southern New Mexico, that there might not be so much interest in people, especially the electric company or others, having all of that detailed information. You were aware of that, correct?
Correct.
So I'm just wondering, you don't think necessarily then that SPS might also have I won't say a significant number, but would have a number of its residential customers that felt the same way?
It's possible. There's a lot of diversity across interest of residential customers and what they're comfortable with.
Are you comfortable with a projected opt-out rate of approximately 600 people in this case?
Based on what I've seen in other service territories, particularly in the Northeast, that does seem to be on par with what I've seen.
What I found particularly interesting in the prior case was, do you recall the testimony from the expert witness from the city of Las Cruces, who had, I believe the city had implemented advanced metering in their, what was it, their water and their gas? And I don't think they had any people opt out, did they? Do you recall that testimony?
I vaguely remember, but I can't say I fully recall.
But do you recall that it was like a really, really low number of people who opted out? Well, people, I
Yes,
shouldn't say people,
um,
customers who opted out.
Yeah, and I can't recall if they were the party that wanted to fully get rid of the opt-out because of that experience. And it's a little fuzzy at this point, so I'm not entirely sure if I remember.
Well, I just, I mean, I just recall that, that there were a whole lot of numbers presented, nationwide numbers of opt-out percentages. And it was kind of comforting to me to have a local perspective on opt-out rates that was so low. But it was quite the contrast for the intervener presentation of like up to 30% potentially, right?
Yeah, I'm not familiar with numbers that high.
Okay, so 600 you think is reasonable with SPS's projections in this particular case?
Yes.
And I know you had some concerns that related to the rate design, but, and I know of your interest in the TOU rates, but did you have any concern at all about the component of their opt-out rates?
Component of opt-out rates for
the cost that they were including in their opt-out rates.
Oh, in general for their AMI, I actually did not go into that for the purpose of this case. That was mostly covered by Ms. Crane.
Ms. Crane, yeah,
Mhm.
and I talked with her a bit yesterday. Okay. All right, Ms. Lee, that's really all the questions that I had for you. Mr. Gecko, any redirect for Ms. Lane?
I think I just have one question. Madam Hearing Examiner touched upon delays in implementation of programs, and I'm wondering if you can speak a little bit to the use of pilot programs to prepare for future more permanent filings a little bit with respect to the hearing examiner's question and what role that could play?
Sure. So I think mostly when thinking about a pilot here, just based on what was in my testimony, that relates more to the development of the time of use rate pilot. And a lot was discussed about time of use within the last 2 days. And when I found out that SPS has a time of use rate, I thought potentially that could be a stepping stone into turning that into a permanent rate when AMI was deployed to use in conjunction with the meters. However, I am concerned that it doesn't seem that that time of use rate was really marketed or customers were encouraged to join. I believe Mr. Luth indicated hesitancy about promoting time of use rates to customers. So that was approved in 2016, but then I believe it was Mr. Luth had testified that he wasn't aware of an evaluation or any changes or tweaks to that. So it's unclear to me that the 10 or so customers that were enrolled in that, that's not really a pilot, that wasn't evaluated. So it's unfortunate that that time of use rate really isn't ready to be expanded and allow customers to really understand how they can save money. So ideally, it would be great to actually create a widespread time of use pilot, as they did in Piesco did in Colorado, where they heavily recruited about 10,000 customers. They had a control group. They had those that had enrolled. They understood what tweaks they had to make to the rate and customers' response to that. So at the time of AMI deployment, they could move on turning that into a real long-term time of use rate. It's my understanding that, even though it's a system peak, reducing system peak is a good thing, helps reduce strain on the T&D system. Customers can save money. So it would be great to see that be part of this filing and a commitment to really expand enrollment, target customers to take advantage of that. So a broader sample size could be evaluated. And so by the time their next rate case comes around, they could seek to create, a non-experimental or non-pilot time of use rate.
Do you know how that program occurred or originated?
Yes, the Colorado one? Or
yeah, I mean, I'm wondering, did that just come out of Piesco's head, or was that, actually, did that actually spring forth from, outside of Piesco through, customer groups or interveners in their cases? Or
yeah, so I did review the order in that filing, and it was agreed to upon settlement. I don't recall I didn't look into what was initially proposed, but part of the settlement agreement was the development of this time of use rate in return for Piesco getting decoupling.
do you know what kind of, do you recall from looking at that particular order? Do you have a case on it?
I thought I wrote this down. If not, we could get that to you in a bench request.
Mr. Getko, consider that a bench request. That I'd like that that commission order from Colorado. Because I'm just wondering, like, what kind of participants were in that case that negotiated for that to happen. I mean, there have been it's probably decades now where we had more specific customer interest groups like low, I can remember years and years ago, legal services actually advocated for, for low income people in cases. We used to have ARP advocate for, for retired and elderly people. So, we have had customer groups. I mean, and I just wondered if that's who was pushing for this or what. Do you recall what groups were, Ms. Lane,
I do
were
not.
included in the settlement negotiations?
I do not.
No. Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Getko. Anything further for Ms. Lane?
No, I believe that's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Lees, any questions?
No further questions for Ms. Lane, Your Honor. However, I do want to say, because we're bringing Ms. Trammell back as former regional vice president of PSCO, she can answer your questions regarding the time of use settlement at that operating company, should you desire to ask her questions about it.
Okay, interesting. Okay, I'll consider that. And anyone have any questions for Ms. Lane? No. All right. Very well. Ms. Lane, thank you very much. You're excused.
Thank you, and thank you for accommodating my schedule. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay. Well, I do not believe we will get through the next SPS witness, Mr. Rawling. There's over an hour scheduled for examination for him. Therefore, let's go off the record, Allison, just a second. Therefore, what I suggest is that we resume at 9 in the morning with the SPS witnesses. And then we have this CCA witness, the Walmart witness, and then we have the 4 staff witnesses, which, other than the SPS examiner or reservation of less than an hour for the 4 staff witnesses, I see no examination other than my questions for the intervener witnesses. So I'm pretty confident. I don't know that we will potentially finish. Hopefully early afternoon is what I would gauge. Anything procedural that we need to discuss, or any objection to us recessing until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning? No. Okay, let's go back on the record. We've had a brief procedural discussion about maintaining our hearing and the completion of the remaining witnesses. Due to the lateness of the hour and the inability to finish the cross-examination of the next witness before 5 o'clock, we're going to take our evening recess now, and we will resume with SPS witnesses Rawling, and Ms. Trammell will be recalled, so I can get some specifics on exactly how SPS proposes that the true up and new application writer process is being proposed. I will allow questions from the parties who obviously did not reserve any time for questions related to that process. There being no other procedural matters, we are recessed until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Thank you.
Thank you. Good night.
Thank you.
Good night.